Did it just go live straight away? What? It just says stop streaming and then broadcast, so I guess it did. Let me
Hmm.
let me check. This mic is all the way down at the moment. What's it doing? Um, shit. Normally I have a page ready open. Ah, professional.
Maupin and Dusty
Into the muffin
James.
verse. Wagwan.
Part
Oh.
2. The
Wow, people at the internet.
the
Yes, it is going. Say something so I can hear you and see if you're fucking volumed.
the testing.
Yes, it is going. Say something so I
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you and see if you're fucking volumed.
The testing.
Yeah, you're louder than me, if anything. Yes, it is going. Okay. Say something so I
Can you hear
hear
me?
you and see if you're fucking volumed.
The test.
Yeah, I can hear you. Everyone loves having to deal with sound testing at the start of a stream, I imagine. They're gonna
All right.
deal with me making a cup of tea because I didn't expect it to start. So now you get to enjoy me make a cup of tea, and I'm in the slime verse as you can see. Everything's slime. We only deal with slime here.
Obviously.
Okay. So let me just go and make a cup of tea. Wait, also I could do something as well. I can do a capture, or I can get your like image so people will see you flash when you speak. Um, window capture. Okay. Um, this good. How do I? Properties. No. Discard. Window. How do I change the size of it? You're supposed to be able to crop them down. Scale. Transform. What? I'm supposed to be able to change the size of it in a sense where it changes the amount of the screen it's covering up or taking up. But I can only. What? I guess I could like do that
Topic.
and then just cram you in the corner somewhere. Yeah, you go like there because then I can throw the rest of you off the side.
Whee!
So, oh, yep. Actually, doing it like that, I could. It's better if I do it with you big. Oh, now you're a big orange square. There we go. Very creative
Covering up.
profile picture, I must say.
Yep. Covering up Jack off Tinkle's face.
Well, I mean, he's still holding his tinkle staff. They say that's the source of his power, that sword. Oh, you know he has a katana connection, I guarantee it. Look at my katana collection. Is it affected by, like, when I change the size of,
Maybe.
like, if I was to. Oh no, full screen, just raw full screens. It's like Chrome. Oh, well, it is built on Chrome. Um, Everyone's getting to visit how much I don't know how to use computers. It's great. We're all loving this. It's gonna be easier to see the green flashing if I have you on the small. Don't know why it won't let me crop it. I think that would
Yeah, it's
be like.
bizarre.
I know you can do it because I've seen people do it. Like what? I really don't press command for Windows. Oh shit. Okay. I may have found out how. It's probably better if I go like that. And then, oh, wait, get you real big. There we go.
Wow.
I found out how to do it, the cool kid stuff. I wish I found this out sooner because there's been so many times I wanted to do this and I can't. So I need to get a bit of the black just so people see the green flashing when you speak.
Taste.
Then we just sort of whack you up there on the tip, on just on the tip of Jack off Tinkle.
Ooh.
This is where the stream just crashes for no reason and all my effort has been lost. We say this is Maupin Watch, but it's actually just me figuring out how computers work.
Come in from Maupin, leave having a computer class.
But like you might as well go and do the big funny. Um, Now I know to do the cool kid stuff. Zoop, dim, zoop, dim. Now, Moppin in his recent stream that he's done is going on about, these people are calling me Wall Street bankers. No, I'm not actually. I haven't called you that once, but your father's definitely rich. And I know now that he was been the head of he's been a member of boards associated with non-profit organizations. Oh, while I make a cup of tea, do you want to tell them why non-profit organizations are dodgy as fuck?
Nonprofits are not good because that is a good way for basically billionaires to funnel money to themselves without having to pay taxes. So basically, they can set up a quote unquote nonprofit. It's exempt from taxes, and it can be any old bullshit that they want, and they just take the money that they have and just funnel it into their own subsidiaries and stuff like that. So yeah,
The labor
nonprofit can.
aristocracy use it like a Ponzi scheme as well. I mean, every time you see these charities and you see all these hardworking people at the bottom, always remember that there's someone at the top who's earning 100 to £150,000, which is more than $150,000. It's more like 170, $180,000 a year to just sit on their asses and organize the charity. And it's a way a lot of people push themselves up in class. They will hop up, become a charity worker one day, be a Richmond the other day. But here's the thing to take about that yard, because they're at their home there. They must be like, what's it? Where else do they be? There's loads of cars parked up. They're on top of the roof with a railing behind them. Are they on a ranch? Like, does my man live out in the middle of fucking bumfuck nowhere? Because he goes on about small town, small town, small town. Well, where are you living in the small town? Are you in terrace house like fucking poor man, or are you in semi-detached to detached house like middleman, or are you on damn near fucking ranch like rich man?
Are they? It looks like they're at like a university. If I had to take a guess, it looks kind of like a university that they're at or something. Pretty good one too. But yeah, if that's their house, then they got a pretty damn nice house.
I don't know no university that has a gravel road.
Yeah, that's a bit. Hmm.
Then again, that steel railing makes it seem like it could be. But what a blur. Like, look at Caleb in the fucking white trousers, man. Who wears white trousers?
And also, he never mentions that he has a brother either, with the same fucking ginger fuck look to him.
Especially with a fucking bad boy name like Isaac.
I see.
We got you on watch, Caleb. Don't worry, we'll make sure people aren't lying about your father being a Wall Street banker. We'll tell him straight that he's actually been board members of different fucking non-profits and is made his money off the misery of others by sapping out money of through charity work, money that could have gone to actually solving those poor people's problems, but other people have to make hundreds of thousands of pounds, it seems.
Come on, man. The Red Cross at least does some good work in Haiti and places.
That bloody ghost town.
Sunday morning, I assume everybody's sleeping in.
No, they've all just got better things to do, like church and shit. So, one must indulge in the slime. This has just been a big fumble. Um, very good at keeping off engagement.
I hope you're not hearing that dog in the background.
It doesn't matter. It's just a
You're
wee
bad.
dog. Um,
He's a bad boy. And did you see that picture of him? He's vicious.
You'll have you.
Yeah. Jack
Uh,
Russells are known to kill.
yeah, rabbits and small children. Actually, they struggle with the rabbits, to be fair.
I doubt they've ever killed a human.
I mean, even in their hunting practices, they weren't really used to as murdering animals. They were used as animals to scare things out of burrows so that the big dogs could
Yeah,
do the killing. Because I don't
yeah,
think it would actually win in a fight against a fox. It's just taking advantage of the fact that it's loud and it's fast, so the fox would run before attacking. Unless you corner
that's
the
why.
fox, then goodbye, Jack Russell.
And apparently that's why they have like they cut like their tails to make them short so they can grab like the stub of the tail and pull them out of the holes, from what I heard.
Yeah, I don't like tail cutting on dogs. And in
Yeah,
Japan, they cut tails on cats too, and it's like, why? It's
it's
part
like
of their ballast. They have that for evolutionary purposes.
yeah.
Fuck, we have tails. People fucking know that. The bone's still there. It means we still have it. Yes, we don't grow the muscle that goes on top of that bone, but the bone is like, I mean, the bone is still there. And I mean, there are people who even do have those freakish moments where they're born with a tail growth, and we say freakish, but I'd take in on that. I mean, so long as it doesn't come like half baked, and I don't get all the pains and stuff. It's essentially having a fucking a half arm, half leg that's really shit at doing both. I'll take that. I mean, both of my legs will work like half arm, half leg that don't do good at either. Actually, they don't work like half of anything. They just don't work.
I wouldn't
Uh,
mind a tail as long as I can whip people with it.
aye, aye, aye.
You think we should maybe go over what little of the video we managed to go over last time? Like just a brief summary of this is what we went over and continuing.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. So I mean, like, um, might also where's the one on paper? Because I might also write a timestamp as to when we've done this, and then if I can be asked, I'll leave it as a pinned comment, just in case people don't want to sit for the monotony of me getting ready. One of these days I'll actually be prepared when I start streaming.
He's getting the super chats down.
He was typing them yesterday.
Oh, so he's changing it up. He's also using StreamYard now apparently as well.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I weren't sure whether it was something new or something that's been happening for a while. That's why I deleted my message because I was like, maybe I'm overlooking it. Maybe it's synchronicity. My mic really doesn't come up very loud on the fucking thing. There we go. I'm just gonna go all the way. You'll have to adjust me in Discord if I'm a noise because the stream usually picks me up louder than this, but now it just doesn't want to pick me up much louder at all. I think it's because Discord's sapping the mic audio.
Hmm.
And I'm not cool anymore, so no one's watching to tell me. Maupin, I thought I was your number one fan. He said that like you should just block these people if they come and throw these like obviously lies about me. If it, so he may have actually finally just stopped engaging, and I can start criticizing him without him responding, and all his minions trying to get involved, which is great. I like having the freedom to fucking peer pressure you even more, Caleb. It's fun.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal behavior to completely isolate yourself from criticism and insulate yourselves with people who are yes men.
Indeed, indeed. And I mean, um, uh, 17, 30, proper start of vid in it. Sorry, I like to humor myself in my notes. Sometimes it makes them funny. Sometimes I just can't even read what I've humored because I rush the writing too much and it ends up being a waste of time. Sometimes I find out that what I humored was not very funny at all. You get a nice mix.
Yeah,
You gotta
having
test the waters of humor. It's a hit or miss situation.
yeah, having an autismo moment where you think something's funny and then you say it out loud and you're like, oh wait,
Well,
funnier when I thought of it.
I'm a very situational comedy sort of person, so I try and make everything I do quite funny. Using regular green night vision instead of reactionary infrared. It's good for the environment, yay. Did I go Canada? Did I go Canada? Eh? Can- oh wait, no, it's Canada. Eh? Not because you got the of the Americans, because but like you try and short it down like the British do, so you have this like weird like mix of the American A, but with the British to it. Ah, Canada. Eh? Although that's only really the East. I guess it's a bit different with the West. I'm like the one person who recognizes that Canada has more than one accent here. Still funny to take the piss though.
Don't worry, it'll soon be illegal once President Harris takes over and the American Imperium annex
We're
Canada.
living in the Fallout universe, just put it that way. Canada's about to get annexed. I mean, it's not too far off it, other than the fact that the Soviet Union is gone in this world and it's still there in the Fallout universe, and China is we don't know whether they're revisionist or not. That's not confirmed because the divergence happened before the revisionism, so it's not written by communists. So they don't give a shit. Some of them are
Yeah,
anarchists, so that doesn't help. Middle class game designer anarchists. They're some of the worst anarchists you'll ever find.
yeah. I like the Red Alert series with all the time traveling stuff and
Fucking
um,
Stalin getting assassinated. Rip. It
yeah.
that's the only
So
thing that's accurate to real life. Oh, I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
stir up some bees' nests with that comment.
I remember how phony the acting was in a lot of those um, command Red Alert.
In the little videos, but the acting being bad was what made it so good.
It was hokey like that, yeah. Like it looked like a B budget film, and you had like Albert Einstein dressed. It was just so stupid. Uh,
I just noticed something cool though, because of the way I'm streaming this to you. You will still be able to see the chat like we would on StreamYard.
yeah,
Yeah, now that I've got the audio balancing issues of Discord sorted, basically what I had to do is because I have an old TV screen I have from my 16th birthday that I use for my second screen for the laptop that a kind American gave me for free. Yes, there are kind Americans, and he was white as well. Like it's scary, kind white Americans, madness. But he gave me this laptop because he's
believe
a
it.
darling. And the what's it? Basically, I've had to like split the audio where I've got the Discord coming out of the TV and I'm gonna have the video coming out of this complicated shit. But it's working, and that's summer. Normally things break when I touch them.
Ayo.
Maybe we're blessed by the or the wrong thing. We're blessed by the Adams family of politics. I mean, his father's a Biden supporter.
I didn't know that. Oh yeah, yeah, because I think he did say that his parents were Democrats, from what I remember, so that makes sense. So
So
I
the
think his mother is
latency
a
is really high. Sorry.
his his mother is a librarian. I think he said. I'm just going a lot off what
A
he says because
librarian.
yeah,
Wait, but he's in a town that's like 5 miles squared, so she must be like one of five librarians in the town. My town's like 12 or 13 miles squared, maybe more than that. Um, Yeah, it's more than that. Probably more up towards 15. Um, and we don't have no fucking we got no more than like 3 libraries here, 4 libraries. And we used to be an industrial center. I don't think Orville, Ohio was an industrial center.
Other than the jelly thing that they produce there, but yeah, I don't really.
Goddamn jelly. I love me a goddamn big old spoon of some jelly. His father was the first guy I found, and they look so much alike each other. You're a spitting image of your old man, Caleb. I hope that offends you in some way. Politics aren't too different either. He supports the electable fascists, and you're trying to do your own little fucking revolutionary, well, counter-revolutionary fascists. Class conscious labor aristocrats, ain't they dangerous? But yeah, so on the last video, what we dealt with was we got very very little into the video because we got distracted with a lot of stuff, which is gonna probably happen again. So hold on with us, bear with. Um, and we so Caleb got into mentioning how he got into communism, and he was going on about the business trips his father was taking into Mexico. Not Mexico, sorry.
Ecuador.
Ecuador. And and then he was going on about how him, his family, and all that used to go over the Mexican border, um, and to exploit the cheap markets of Mexico, and take you know get bits and pieces that they'd like for cheap, basically. And it was like he said it like it was such a common thing. It was like a fucking ritual. Like they go every now and then, like fucking, we got a bit of money. Like when you go car boot or poly market, they're treating it like that. It's like, you know what,
Yeah,
you got a bit of money going up. We'll go over into the third world country that borders us at the south and fucking use them like a fucking towel rag for our cheap goods, because the fact that we have some of the cheapest goods available to us on Earth because we exploit the third world to make those goods so cheap isn't good enough for some aristocrats, and they have to go over the border into third world countries and start stealing the fucking goods there, because the dollar in Mexico compared to the dollar in the US is incredibly powerful. You've got much more spending power in a third world country with the dollar than you do in the first world country it originates from, because of inflation of
yeah,
the lower currencies. Capitalism exports all of its contradictions, including those of the monetary system and the petroleum. Well, the petrol dollar is the solid set currency of the imperialist structure at the moment, because obviously the American empire is in turmoil. Um, of course, currency is a little more. It's more imaginary than it ever has been these days, because it's not even tied to gold anymore. It's tied to oil technically, but that's wavy, because
yeah.
unlike gold, oil they just burn whenever the price falls too low that they can't make a profit on it, or can't make as much of a profit on it. They literally just set it on fire. So that's just stable economic
Per-
system. I mean,
Perfectly
when
normal.
a lot of libertarians and fascists complained about the removal of gold as a standard for the economy, they may have been right for capitalism. Capitalism may have made itself ridiculously unhinged by untying itself from gold. I mean, it didn't do the British Empire very good, I'll tell you that. They came tumbling down pretty much after they dropped gold.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the reasons why, from the history I looked up of America, one of the reasons why America stayed on the gold standard was its coupling with the British Empire. And that was one of the reasons why, because gold was good for uh, 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 uh,
It
basically
kept the
if
currency much more stable because it's
stable.
harder to inflate gold than it is to inflate oil.
Yep.
Not impossible, of course. The British Empire
Yeah.
inflated massively, but nothing compared to empires today. And The British Empire dropping gold was what allowed America to go right. We've got free whim now. It's the fucking the we've gained this all this colonial power of World War I. We're ready for World War II. And that's why Britain tried to fucking like scramble itself after World War II, try and scramble its empire back together. Um, Selling chunks of it to Americans, and it's quite interesting. The bits they sold to the Americans were all having like revolutions at the time. Like that makes me laugh. Like Britain's like, fuck, we gotta sell some colonies. Well, we'll sell them the ones that will give them the most trouble and will cost them the most money to deal with.
at a at a discount.
Not with the state the
Yeah,
British Empire was in then, they'd be selling them at an inflated rate.
probably.
Well, America would buy it anyway. America wants the land, needs new markets to expand into.
Well, it's like the game Monopoly. You know, you just want to have every piece on the board checked, basically.
You gotta remember that Roosevelt was a fascist and wasn't even the furthest right of the fascists of America. He was quite tepid. He's like Mussolini on marijuana. I don't know what that would be like, but I imagine somewhat more chill. People are typically more chill when they're on marijuana. Some people aren't. Maybe Mussolini's the type of guy who wouldn't be. I don't know.
But didn't you study the 1930s when William Z. Foster and FDR stopped fascism
I
worldwide?
thought he was about to say smoke the blunt.
I mean, they might have. I don't
Oh
know.
no, William Z.
People-
Foster is a white motherfucker. He ain't gonna do that. He's I know he's not the worst thing that the CPUSA ever produced. Like there is good sides to Foster, but like even people who actually defend him, while I've been blasting him and saying he's not worth defending, will agree with me that Eugene Debs makes Foster look like a waste man. Debs is an unusual character because he just stands out so much compared to the rest of the Socialist Party of America. Like all of them are these weird, either anti-black or anti-Semitic, anti-Irish. Or there's so many racists in that group, and then you've got Eugene Debs, telling people to actually engage with fucking the people, engage with your black and brown and red comrades, and your redhead and Irish and other comrades. Like, treat everyone as equal and things like that. And he pushed against electoralism in the U.S. Fucking hell, not even Maupin will come and make the stand against electoralism. He just says the government has failed. He doesn't say that he wants to get rid of the institutions. He just wants to change who controls those institutions. It's not a revolution.
Yeah,
That's a coup.
he basically just wants to elect, quote, the right people. I mean, we see this with Latin America. You know, you just got to vote in a fucking pencil man in Peru, or fucking who's the guy in Chile who was just recently elected. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much his whole ideology, is basically just build a coalition. Again, you know, we have to have this nebulous coalition of right wing and left wing policies. Populism, a vague concept, and it's totally not fascism, guys. Trust me. And we get elected, and then apparently, according to Maupin, it just eventually becomes socialist.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, does this not like mirror the way he comes to these things? Going on holiday into third world countries and abusing their land, he saw people who were poorer than him and he felt sorry for them. He felt sympathy, not empathy, sympathy. Because rather than being like, okay, how do I bring myself to really think from these people's perspective and enjoy the struggle? No, he doesn't want to think from their perspective. He wants to do something that would solve their problems I can understand the heart that might be in there and how much he thinks that he's showing love just by thinking like that. But if you just think that you know it all and that you, because you're some smarty pants, that you're going to solve all these problems, you're mad. Takes a group of people, it takes massive groups of people coming together and putting all of their intelligence into a pile to even come up with the solutions that we need to solve anything. No one man is ever going to come up with the idea. There's no such thing as Kaiserism, Caleb. One man theory is as bunk as could ever be. No one man can solve the problems of the world. It takes men, women standing together and non-binaries in between. Um, fucking all of us standing together, standing up for what's right, and putting all our minds together, putting all our fucking blood in the mix. It's he really envisions sort of the lack of experience of material conditions for that of the working class to truly have consciousness of the working class. Consciousness doesn't come without experience. That's why I mean a lot of people engaging in class treachery may not be conscious. They may just be um they may be conscious of class, but they're not proletarian conscious is what I mean. Which puts them at risk of divulging into fascism. Caleb Maupin seems to come from very petty bourgeois background and has no experience of struggle. He is coming off of this from a complete position of privilege and is therefore having to rely on sympathy to build for his lack of capacity for empathy because he lacks the experience-based knowledge to truly empathize with people's struggles and won't use proper won't use empathy and reciprocity to learn it. He won't learn people's struggles properly. He'll gimmick them and use them as a tool for his own bullshit.
Yep. Well, I think we should probably get into the video and see what where we left off with this, because things were starting to get good when we stopped off. He's wearing the suit.
Oh shit. I know what I'm
stated, there's a death toll. There's a
Oh my god, full screen,
body
you
count.
cunt.
There is a body count for activities
I
like
forgot
that.
there's no subtitles.
Why was it that I saw so many starving people when I crossed the Texas-Mexico border with my parents and with my uncle? Why did I see so many poor, hungry people when I crossed it? Well, Mexico had recently, because of the Bill Clinton administration, signed on to something called the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. And the same thing that happened to Ecuador was happening to Mexico. Mexican farmers suddenly had to compete with American agribusiness. And American agribusiness dropped its prices, put thousands and thousands of Mexican farmers out of business. They lost their farms, they lost their homes, they fled into the cities, and they piled up on the Mexican border trying to get into the United States. And this happened all over the Mexican countryside. Same situation. Same situation. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, prevented Mexico.
More like North America Free Titty Agreement, am I right?
From protecting its farmers.
I mean, Caleb's certainly a big fucking tit.
Basically enabled American agribusiness, American big, giant.
Yeah, I only ever heard of the blue tit being a bird. I didn't know there was also red tits.
Corporations like Kraft Foods, for example, to destroy the Mexican agricultural sector and to force Mexico to start importing its food. The people of Mexico have been growing food for thousands and thousands of years, since before Christopher Columbus arrived.
Everyone's been growing food for thousands of years. Well done.
Also, I gotta point this out too. Does Caleb seem to think like these countries were doing good prior to all this happening? Like, does he know like the history of Mexico or Ecuador or all these other countries that were exploited for literally centuries upon
Does he not know
centuries?
about how the Americans crippled the Mexican Revolution?
Yeah.
How the Mexica movement was attacked by imperialism and Connor? Like, I mean, Caleb's respect for the native population. I mean, they try and use the fact that 10 million is the average number. It's more like high 9 mil, top end of 9 million natives who live in America at the moment. Even though, actually, interestingly, Americans go out of their way to use a 6 million figure because they ignore people who are half native, even though what the kind of a denigration is that they're still part of their culture, they're still native. Half native is such a stupid denigration. We're all a mix of fucking somewhere down the line. Like, there's 10 million of them, not 6 million. You fucking cheeky cunts. And but in Jamaica, what can they turn around and say? Like, they always try and turn around and use 10 million as a number to be like, oh, well, they couldn't have control of the land. Even though I can show you countries around the world that have 3 million, 2 million population numbers, so they can suck out on that. Of course, they've fucking got it right. They could be in the hundreds of thousands, and they'd have a right, as far as I'm concerned. Like, this whole idea of population number as a metric in this argument is ridiculous. But I mean, these people. I mean, he does. It's not even just about like they can just look over the border and they see a land that's packed full with people of holding native blood. But Caleb's actually gone into that country. Has anyone ever wondered why not all Mexicans are bright white motherfuckers? Some of them are some of them look a bit like oh wait, they are Native Americans, and people don't respect that because a lot of people who are Mexican are Mexica. And I mean, other demographics, I'm not very good when it comes to the native demographics and tribes, so you'll have to excuse me if I sound like a boomer who like only knows like fucking 7 of the fucking names and gets it all a bit fucking wrong. But I'm just going off what I've been taught by people who know spades better than me than this, from natives themselves to our friendly neighborhood. Our friendly neighborhood Jewish chronicler net.
Yeah.
He's like Spider-Man, but smokes more weed.
Spider-Man Jewish?
No, like, okay, like I could have said he's like Spider-Man, but Jewish. That would have worked. I don't want to single him out for being. What? Am I gonna have to report you to Caleb that you're doing a big Adolf hit? Like, he's the mustache
Oh
man.
my
We've got him
god.
doing a big Adolf.
He's doing
Have you been reading Satan at the Fountainhead?
a little bit.
They've been growing their own food. They've been growing corn. They've been growing all kinds of things. Well, now Mexico is dependent on American food imports.
Yes, but what else have they been dependent on America for in the last 100 years? I wonder.
The Mexican farming industry has been crushed. The people of the countryside of Mexico have lost their farms. And they've been forced.
Why does he always have to speak so condescendingly? Like
I guess it's just being an aristocrat. Maybe, I don't know.
The farms, they were gone. And they were, forced into contract with the Americans. Like, it's all this uphead fucking crap about, like, there's being passionate to a mic or something. And then there's this sort of...
Well, he
passion isn't there either.
He himself has said that, quote, the general audience is, quote unquote, stupid, and you have to explain things to the most basic and dumbest level to them when just the most simplest of things. He's actually said that, so.
Einstein is spinning around in his grave or ashes or however the fuck he was sent to the afterlife. I don't know. I think he has a grave. Um,
And that's interesting because that also mirrors a Hitler quote that I have here as well, where Hitler says, quote unquote, "The masses are stupid and effeminate. Only raw, brutal force can whip them into line," basically. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he said.
Jesus Christ. That's madness.
Yep. That's how a lot of these people think.
Fucking lunatics. That's what they are. Absolute loonies. Like, I mean, here's the thing. This is a manipulation of sort of the different idea. Like, Einstein said that if you can't explain your ideas in a way where a 7-year-old would understand, you don't understand your ideas. He didn't say you have to explain it like that to everyone. Also, if you think you have to break it down stupidly to explain something to someone who is younger than you to get it across, just going off the Einstein recollection, like if you think that what Einstein means by saying to explain something to a 7-year-old means to explain it stupidly, you're a moron. No, it means can you break it down to its fine components? It doesn't mean can you condescend and be a cunt. This is why fucking Gen Xers don't know how to fucking what's it? They don't know how to fucking they don't know how to show respect properly to their kids when they bring them up a lot of the time. There's some fucking Gen Xers that are just still stuck in their fucking early 20s or late teens. I think he might actually be a millennial though, like an old millennial.
I think he's a very, very,
He's in his 30s.
very late. He's a millennial from what I can remember. Yeah, he's a millennial.
Yeah,
Like I
early
think
millennial. Well, I'm at the end of that generation, so we're at opposite ends of the millennial generation. He's 10 years older than me.
I'm somewhere in the middle, so
He's in his 30s. I'm in my 20s. And then I imagine you're in your late 20s, coming to your early 30s, though. That
I'm gonna be 30 this May.
I see. I remember you mentioning some around uh, what's it? The fucking 93, 92 is where I was thinking, somewhere around there.
So I was conceived, ironically enough, in my mother's womb right around the time the Soviet Union collapsed, and I was born in May 1992. So I was
Yeah,
literally
it was a
born.
bad Christmas. That was bad Christmas.
Yeah.
Mao's birthday as well. Oh, I forgot about my tea. I made everyone wait for that and everything. I'm having to drink cheap tea bags because I'm all out of the money. I need the money because anyone got the money. I'm only joking, by the way. Do not give the money.
Yes, you got to give your money to Caleb. He
I
needs more
will
super
send it to
chats.
Caleb personally if you do.
Send him questions about. I don't even know what kind of
No, I'm
super
gonna
chats
send
I have
him
now.
requests for AOC's feet pics because I know he's got them. If anyone's got him, it's Caleb. He is a reporter and the pest.
And he was in a relationship with her, so.
Was he?
I mean, there are pictures of him and AOC together, so did say he did know her for a bit. So
Well, I mean, he did live in New York, and didn't he go to NYC?
I believe so.
Why'd you guys call university college and then also have universities? What's going on?
I
Community
don't know.
college.
If I had it my way, I would burn down all the colleges and universities. Cultural revolution, but that's just me.
Get rid of all those uh, uh, cultural neo-Marxists. I mean, uh, to be fair, like, here's the thing with the neo-Marxist thing. They are technically a bunch of people who are only focused on the sociological improvements they can make to capitalism, whilst using Marxism as a fucking both a ploy and a lens. They're basically cheating. The neo-Marxists are a bunch of people. They're like, whoa, but Marxist criticisms, we could just use them to try and prevent the problems from happening. That's neo-Marxists. So I mean, I guess like they are. It's not really cultural though. Like Jordan Peterson's really dug himself a spanner on there, and the thing is it's kind of telling because here's the thing, especially intellectuals, they don't just make these random blunders all the time. Like there's only so much one can do by accident, especially when they're like these people are scripting their videos. When one goes out of their way to use cultural Marxist, what do you think they are referencing? Well, I would imagine it would be cultural Bolshevism. If you're choosing to reference something, but doing so in an obscure way that actually has gone over a lot of people's heads, what is that called? What is that to do? That's dog whistling. Why is it dog
I
whistling? Because the reason why they decide to do that is it tells everyone, yo, we think of Jews in a very bad way, like, and we think of Marxists in a bad way, because cultural Bolshevism was the conspiracy used to purvey that the Jews were controlling German society, for a Bolshevik plot, because of the evil Orient.
Yeah, I think a lot of these people really just want to just say the quiet part out loud, and they really just want to go back to the 1920s, 1930s, and just say international Judeo-Bolshevism and the it reminds me one time of some guy joking about the McCarthy era in America, with Joseph McCarthy, the anti-communist witch hunts, and he was like joking like, we need to finally get all the um, when he was talking about McCarthy with the State Department, we need to finally get all the Jews out of the State Department. I mean, the communists out of the State Department. So you kind of get like what what they're implying there with that.
Yeah, I mean, it goes into the point where they start going on about the deep state, which they're not actually going on about the. I mean, sometimes they're going on about the CIA and the NSA, which is the deep state. That is an existent thing, and it was the capitalists that actually come up with that definitive. Let them call it that. It's actually not this sinister, ooh, secret state. Well, I mean, it is sinister, but not in the sense that they're putting it. It's sinister because of the activities that they do, but it's just it's a part of the permanent state functions that are used to keep the mechanisms of capitalism going. I mean, the
Yeah.
fact that they give it such a spooky name, deep state. I mean, it works. It gives it the spookiness it needs. But I mean, the CIA, MI5, MI6, your judiciary system, etc., etc. They're all part of the perma state or the deep state, um, or the entrenched sectors of the state.
Well, they got to make it sound so nebulous and so omnipresent, um, that we can't do anything about it. Oh,
It
well, it's
could be a
it's there.
Freudian slip moment as well, though, because I mean, they may be trying to use deep as a way to imply that it's entrenched. Because permanent wouldn't be the right word. There's no such thing as a permanent sector of state.
Yeah.
Um, it would be an entrenched sector because states are a formulation of bureaucracy. Like bureaucracy is the interaction of class conflict within state. It's the way in which and states are operated to engage with class conflict. That's their entire purpose. They're to promote the power of one class and their interests over that of the other, and obviously promote and benefit and utilize the interests of other classes to keep the main productive class subdued. The bureaucracy itself, therefore, has different formulations, and of course, you have the electable sectors of bureaucracy, which would not be entrenched; that would be free flowing. It would be moving. Of course, certain sectors manage to make themselves entrenched through political misnomer, but I'm just going off the way the structures themselves just exist statically for now. Shouldn't do things like that. It's not very dialectical, but it works for this expression. The deep state is entrenched bureaucracy because of it not altering and not changing. It does alter to a degree. People can be fired, people can be promoted, etc., moved to different districts of the
New,
job, but it's not. It's
new,
not
yeah.
a motor, and it doesn't have this motor of elections spinning things through and cycling it about. It's appointed by politicians with a lot of power, the most powerful of the politicians get to do that, cabinet ministers, etc. And then they're put up to a task that, so long as they keep pleasing the establishment and the bourgeoisie, they get to keep their job.
Yep.
But there's a point I had regarding Caleb I lost in this.
Forced into poverty. And of course,
what was the point I had? Caleb.
What do people do when they're facing all kinds of poverty? Well, you can't get a job in the above ground economy, you get a job in the underground economy. Drug cartels. And what happens to be flowing into Mexico from the United States nonstop? Weapons. The Mexican drug cartels are armed to the teeth, not just with the kind of guns you can buy at American gun stores. Right. No. They've got military grade American weapons. Right? They've got bazookas. They've got AK-47s. They've got M16s. The Mexican people, robbed of the ability to grow their own food, reduced and ground into poverty, experienced a humanitarian catastrophe. How many people have died in Mexico because of the fact that NAFTA destroyed their economy?
But when he spoke of them going into when he spoke of them going into fucking Mexico to fucking buy cheap bits and pieces over the border, he spoke of it as a thing that happened commonly. So yeah, that's the thing. You're seeing all this poverty and you're seeing how horrible it is. Why are you contributing to it still? White people coming in and abusing the fact that they can go and buy cheap stuff with their dollar ain't going and helping people. If you thought you want to help people there, you wouldn't buy the stuff. You just give them the money and leave. It's $8 to you because they're going in there because a couple dollars will get them more there than a fucking $10 will get them in the US if they fucking fly right. But yeah, you could fucking give bits of money to people and not indulge in what your family's indulging in and have that as a point of criticism. You've not come out and said, I disagreed with the process of the way my family were treating these people. I stood against her. No, you've just turned around and spoke of it as if it was just some lovely huggy thing that you did together, and that you what's it? You just went on with it, and it was an enjoyable thing to you, and you learnt so much because you got to see people who are poor. Caleb, rich people see poor people every day. Middle class people see poor people every day. Does that change their consciousness? Does that make them revolutionary? Please.
Yeah, I mean, when the Tsar met ordinary people from the peasantry, the military, or the Black Hundreds or whatever, that didn't all of a sudden go like, oh, damn, I've been wrong the whole time. I gotta start doing some stuff for these people,
I mean, like, the thing that I like to note to people is that when I deal with aristocrats who are Maoists and who are third worldists and are committed to the struggle of the proletariat and the Lumpen proletariat, one thing that I always notice with them, whether they say it explicitly or you see it implicitly in their activities, is that they well aware and know that they're not in a position where their experience can guide them. They're in a sort of lost state. and they want to do good because everyone wants to do good. No one's fouling at the idea of wanting to do good. When I say that lacking the experience would not be able, you would mean that your consciousness would not have coincided. I mean, it's why. I mean, even when you see people in the aristocracy change, they're still at least running a job, and even then, they still don't gain full consciousness because they've got aristocratic likeness in their life that will put them in a quasi sort of a demi position where they're stuck in two sectors where their mind is stuck between doing proletarian activities but having aristocratic benefits. But when I deal with these aristocrats, whether they're fucking workers or the fucking uni or college lot, they tend to know that they're in a position where they can't rely on their experience, and they struggle to know a lot. And they read all the books. They read the books more than anyone, really. They dive into it because they want to do things for people. They want to be a part of the struggle, rather than thinking that because they know things, because they know a lot. I mean, I don't fucking end up. There's not an aristocrat who's a communist that I end up meeting who doesn't fucking know a lot about something. They always know a lot. They're always smart people. They always want to do something. They've got a lot of knowledge. But what they take into account is that they have to come in at reciprocity because they haven't got the consciousness, of the proletariat. They're in the midst. They can't think of they can't think of of solutions properly. They can see the problems, but they can't see the full answers because they're not looking at the full problems. They're only looking at a purview of the issues because they're cushioned. They're embroidered in this syrup like society. As an East Asian
Yeah.
in North America, aristocrat mindset seems to run rampant in my clique.
And I
There's
think
some
one of the,
there's some that would be really nice to have you on to speak about it sometimes, Becky V, because it's not my place to really criticize, but it'd be nice to hear your take on the situation, especially considering from what I hear, just from me to overstep my boundaries a bit, from what I've heard from people, Canada is one of the worst places for what's it aristocrat mindset amongst Asian immigrants that I do believe from the generations that came over in the 50s and the 60s, but I might be wrong. um I don't know whether it was the Cold War era people who moved over or post Cold War era. I've just heard things. I'm going off conjectures. Why I don't like fucking engaging on something like this when I don't have the full purview, because I'm going to end up offending someone. um but it would be nice to have you to come and speak on that because it's not my area to deal with.
yep. And I
And as well, like it would it'd be nice to also have you on to speak about racism towards Chinese people in the Americas right now, because that's at a new time high. um
I think one of the things as well that Caleb is not addressing is he is not addressing his own privilege. He's able to go over to Mexico, um, and they live in that poverty and filth because of America. Like it's literally because the United States exists. It is on stolen land by definition. He's going over there and looking at these people that they keep in a zoo. We literally boxed them in. We drew up a line on a map and said, um, "You animals, I'm just being as vulgar as I can. You animals are going to live over there, and we white people are going to live over here. And if you come over here, you're going to as basically slave wage labor, and we're going to deport some of you sometimes, and just for appearance sake, and that's just going to be the way it's going to be." Because everything Caleb says, like, is it really going to change society? Like, if we look at Caleb's solutions, are they really going to change this? Is it really going to change the empire? Is it really going to end the wars?
I mean, he might end the wars to move to a more like aid-based imperialism. I mean, China has made
Kind
some
of
real
like
gains
China
in
to a certain extent.
imperialist development.
So basically, kind of like China to a certain extent.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, just become a pet empire to China. Save the American empire from completely falling to pieces.
I think that's one of the reasons why he loves China so much, is he sees it as the only hope for America.
Well, I mean,
Prop it up.
the holy dope for America.
Reduced people's living standards, forced people to flee, resulted in a huge rise in the drug cartels. How many people have died? Where's the body count? Again, if Stalin had been leading Mexico in the 1990s and 2000s and up until today, if Stalin had been doing it, they would say communism and Joseph Stalin killed blah, 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 million people in Mexico. But because that's not the case, because this economic catastrophe was caused by free market capitalism, what do they say? Well, they say, oh,
Is he gonna call the neoliberals libertarians
it's just
again?
the way things work. And that's what you're trained to believe, that this is just the way things work. This is just the way things work, right? This is just natural. This is the way things work. Some countries are poor. Some countries are rich. That's just the way the world is. It's always been that way. In fact, someone in my family even explained it to me this way. This is what they told me. They said, Caleb, the reason you saw so many poor people in Ecuador is because of the fact that in America, if you have a business meeting and it starts at 1 o'clock, you start at 1 o'clock. But in Ecuador, if you have a business meeting, it's supposed to start at 1 o'clock, it starts at 1:30 or 1:45. See, we Americans are efficient. We get things done. We're business-like, Mexican Revolution. We're business-like here.
What the fuck is he saying?
What?
What the fuck?
Have you ever heard anybody ever say that, ever?
Is he trying to say the trains run on time? Because he could just say the trains run on time. Like, he doesn't need to... The first thing he could think of wasn't a working class example of it. Like, it was a business thing. But we Americans are efficient. What do you mean you're efficient? You got to a meeting on time. What?
Yeah, you're efficient in terms of being exploited, or being a bunch of stupid middle managers who fucking do a bunch of stupid jobs that just facilitate the labor aristocracy. Yeah. I mean, what measurement are we using efficiency here? This reminds me of, like, one time he said, quote unquote, there was a lot of Hungarian far right in the area of Cleveland, of Ohio, that he lived in. And I'm just wondering, maybe he's getting some of these ideas from them, based off the fact that he did say he did talk to them.
You got a friend in me.
Because those are the people that literally came over after the 1950 counter-revolution, 56.
They were hungry for more. I'm going to hell. I think we're hungry for more, Caleb.
And the people of Ecuador that you saw starving, they're just lazy. They're not as hardworking and as efficient as Americans. That's what I was told.
Business isn't a work job. Shut the fuck up.
Well, that was a lie. That was a lie.
Who said this? I want to know. Source. Citation.
Imperialism is a global economic order. It is capitalism in its monopoly stage. It is about beating down countries in the developing world so that Wall Street and London can continue to reap super profits. If you want to know what imperialism is about, What's the top oil exporting country in Africa? Nigeria. In fact, the Niger Delta region is the most wealthy section of the African continent. No section of the African continent produces more natural wealth than the Niger Delta region. The Niger Delta region.
I thought it was like parts of like the
Oil
Congo.
is extracted from the Niger Delta region all day long.
Shouldn't need it.
But how are the people doing in the Niger Delta region? Google. Go to your computer right now and Google Niger Delta region. You'll see pictures of little children playing on beaches that are stained black with oil.
Books where he doesn't include any citations.
You'll find
at
people
all, like
eating goats that they killed. You'll see people living,
it's like one
living
of those
under
hip-hop
tarps.
albums where it covers up the
It's
eyes.
horrendous. Look at the CIA World Factbook statistics for Nigeria. The top oil exporting country on the African continent. They've been doing business with Shell Oil, Exxon Mobil, BP, and Chevron for decades. For decades, they've been doing business with them. And how are the people there doing? What's the literacy rate like? How many people in Nigeria are able to read at an adult level? At a basic level?
I'm not the best at reading.
What's the life expectancy in Nigeria? What's the infant mortality rate in Nigeria?
Why are you speaking to me like
no other country in Africa is providing more oil to the global economy. But look how Nigerians live.
I feel I actually get stupider.
That is imperialism. Imperialism.
We just got kindercare done, kids. You get your juice now.
Big banks and corporations
impoverish
the world. In which big banks and corporations
Oh.
impoverish the world.
Why can't you just say the capitalist class?
Imperialism is not a side issue. And that's what a lot of these people don't understand.
No, but you're a side bitch.
You get people, they say, well, I'm a leftist. I'm against imperialism. You know, I'm against racism. I'm against...
Oh, also, our video watching efficiency has gone up. We're doing better this time.
Sexism. I'm against homophobia. I'm against...
We've improved our efficiency that much. We probably should have started from 0-0 this time. Like, because for people to really catch up, they've got to watch like 7 hours.
7 hours.
They got 4 minutes. And we've done 22 minutes in an hour.
Well, yeah, just get somebody from CPI to edit the videos and include timestamps.
Oh, I guarantee they're already chopping it up at times where I've made blunders with my speech because I have speaking problems. They love the disabled there, you know, like I've dealt with some of these dengists, and you know, so here's how much they love the disabled. They're into very interesting forms of science, these dengists. Have you ever heard of a thing called eugenics?
Oh, tell me about. I mean, if apparently according to Maupin, we're all just fucking stupid. So no, I don't know what eugenics is. Go on and
bet I must condescend to you in the most ginger of ways. So, eugenics is a pseudo-scientific idea that fucking people are genetically fucked, and and some people aren't genetically fucked, and it's all permanent. You're all just fucking cursed invalids, and some are ubermensch, blah blah blah. I'm really dumbing it down to take the piss because obviously Caleb he's told me I've got to speak to people like they're morons. There's a lot of skull measuring involved. It's very racist. It's used to normally try and say people of other ethnicities are a different race and that they are lesser beings, even though one of the most targeted one of the most targeted groups of the of this pseudoscience was African people. Might I add, the fucking like the 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 if we're gonna go for this on like an anthropological perspective, it's like the center point of where we all come from, where our culture originates from, where the blood, skin, and bones of we're all made from originates from. We all descend from there somehow, some way. You go far back enough, and we're trying to turn around and say that there's somehow like not only something different but lesser. It's like disgusting. It's like they're fucking. Not only are they our equals, but they're the people who occupy the womb of the world. Africa is the world's womb, as the Fertile Crescent as its cradle.
So what you're saying is we're all Africans.
Go far back enough, technically. The way I've put it, war in Africa is a war on the whole of humanity. When Africa is under siege, the whole of humanity is under siege. It's our homeland as far as history goes. Like we all have originally come from there, and the people whose actual homeland it is today, not only are they the keepers of the land, they're the people who hold its culture to their hearts still, as we've drifted far away into our own little bubbles. But they also, what's it? They've also spent centuries under our siege, centuries under turmoil. It's this continued war against the quite literal womb of human life and the cradle of civilization and the Fertile Crescent that's driving humanity into the dust. I mean, think about what the war's for. It's for oil, and the war machine that's doing it for oil and other natural resources, going for all those resources for the mobile phones now, sticking kids into mines. Their war machine costs a shit ton of oil to operate. It's one of the biggest burners of fossil fuels. So they're
So
quite
you're
literally
anti
burning
you're
the
anti
earth into the ground just to get more
so
fuel to burn the earth into the ground.
so you're anti-mining is what you're saying.
Um,
So you just want everybody to be poor now. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, what's it? Thing is we've got so many things that we could be recycling and reusing. We should really be halting a lot of new stuff. I mean, fuck. We
No,
so a lot of things that are common buys we mass produce. Batteries are an example of it. Do you think that we have like a lack of batteries? Surely there's like a surplus. I'm on about like not phone batteries. I'm on about like double A's and stuff like that. Surely those things are in like an abundance at this point. Like no way are people using as many batteries as they're producing. And there's no way to
and,
throw. Are they actually like throwing them all out when they don't sell them? Because it's not like they have a fucking shelf life. It's not like you've got to fucking throw them away. They're fucking packed, wrapped batteries. They'll be fine for a good 10 years.
Against transphobia, I'm against fat phobia, I'm against discrimination against vegans, I'm against discrimination against people
He's against fat phobia, except when it comes to insulting Jason
who smoke cigarettes. I'm against anti-smoking oppression, and I'm also against imperialism. Oh, by golly, yep, I'm against all the isms. I'm against national chauvinism. I'm against all these things. I'm against everything bad. I'm against imperialism along with all these other isms. Well, if you say that, you do not understand imperialism.
tell us, Kim.
Because imperialism is not an ism. It's not an oppression. It's not a bias. It's not a form of
I
discrimination.
mean, it's not an oppression.
Imperialism is the global economic order.
What?
Imperialism.
Like, it is the global economic order, but not an oppression? What? The whole exchange is oppression. That's literally how imperialism functions. How else do you have imperialism without oppression, Caleb? You know, like, no matter how much you draw a smiley face on capitalism, Caleb, it's always oppressive. If I want to get you to work for me and sap wealth out of you doing work, but I do no work, I have oppressed you because I have stolen wealth from your labor whilst you have labored for me and I've done nothing other than own the tools that you've used, own the factory that you work in, and sat on my fat ass and took the capital for it. Actually, capitalists are so big these days, most of them don't even bet on the stock market themselves. They have petty bourgeois aristocrats to fucking do it for them. They hire people to even do their quote unquote job. But no, it's get someone to do the job for them and sap wealth out of them. There's no way that is never not, there's no way that could ever not be oppressive. It's always an oppressive relationship. It's theft.
It's not a real.
I must add that one thing to really understand, Caleb, theft doesn't mean it belongs to the person who stole it. When you steal something, it doesn't, you may have it in your possession. You possess it. Belongs to you in that retrospect. But it's not yours. It's still something that you took from someone else. It's still theirs. You took it from them.
Yep.
So this is the way Kwame Ture put it, is that, like, the land that the Native Americans had, that you took, still belongs to them. It's their land. Damn well need to give it back.
Oh, so now you support Jeff Bezos.
Oh, shit.
I guess you're getting the Bezos bucks now.
Oh, no.
Landback.org.
Oh, no, they'll actually start accusing me of getting Bezos bucks now when I spent, like, my last £3 today. I had to spend, like, a cool Sherlock Holmes coin I had that I really liked.
Sherlock Holmes coins.
Yeah. No, I found out that now they sell for about, like, £4 something, but when they came out in 2019, which was when I fucking got it, someone managed to sell them for like $5,000 or something, and I'm like, what?
When I heard of Sherlock Holmes, I was thinking it was made in like 1880s or something.
No, 2019.
Yeah.
The books were made around that time. We weren't minting cool coins back then because coins were just a more expensive way of having notes. Actually, it depends on what area you're in. It was a cheaper way of having notes at one point, but eventually we got printing down to a T and notes were all over the place. That's why at one point you used to see pound notes. We don't see them anymore. You still got your dollar notes, but we don't get no pound notes anymore. Don't get the £3 coin anymore either. We used to get a £3 coin or a £5 coin.
I'm having a stupid moment. Sherlock Holmes, I don't think existed, right? But he was based off somebody. If my memory serves correctly.
No, you're probably thinking of James Bond.
Yeah, probably.
Because James Bond was based off the guy who shot Lennon.
Wasn't that a female?
No. The assassin, the British assassin that was assigned to shoot Lennon.
Oh, okay. That didn't. Okay, yeah, because I know Lennon was shot by fucking what's her face,
Shot
Fanny Kaplan, or it was the Wright SR. Was supposedly.
He had 4 strokes. Lennon did.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing he didn't die like. Well, I mean that whole.
Yeah, I know. My granddad had like 1 or 2 in like one go. I think it was one big stroke. He had a heart attack and his heart was on like a one of those pump machines that they put inside your body thing that helps your heart go. I don't know what the fuck they are, but the thing that helps your heart that's inside your body.
Grandfather had a. You mean a pacemaker? My grandfather had.
Yeah, I think so. But either way, like the stroke fucking had him.
Yeah, that can fuck you over. I work with a coworker who had a stroke a few months ago. He's just actually two coworkers that
I
had
mean, to be
strokes.
fair, when they take you to a hospital that we nickname No Hope, you know, you can you can see where things may have gone wrong in the hospital itself.
Yeah, I
One
can
that
only
is
imagine.
overrun. It is unfortunate. There are some really lovely people that work there. There are also some really fucking horrible people that work there too.
But
Bastards.
it's because of socialism. Our hospitals in America and the UK, it's declining because of socialism.
Yeah, but what's it? The aristocrats that run the fucking the means of getting healthcare, even in these universal healthcare systems, are always thinking more about how they manage the budget that they've got than they are about actually solving the problems of the person in need.
Yes, sir.
Doctors here actually will prescribe people cheaper versions of medication that aren't as good or as effective, so that they can save the medication money that they're given, because any leftover cash at the end of the month is theirs to take. Well, I don't know. Actually, probably be at the end of the quarter. I can't remember how British governmental funding's been doing. It's been a long time since I was in sixth form, and I didn't finish the course because I dropped out because I took acid and become a communist. Long story.
Best story ever, as opposed to mom. It's just some fucking weirdo in a library reading books.
Well, I mean, when you're the kid of a librarian and a non-profit organizer. Non-profit as well. What a lying name. It's like it's only technically not profit because we're not making it's not capital yet, but as soon as we invest it into Summit, then technically it was a profit industry, but not, because we weren't making products to profit. We were just taking money for people's misery, and it's scummy because like, oh no, that was our paycheck. No, that was just our job paycheck. We were doing a job. It's like, yeah, fucking 80 grand a year, 100 grand a year, 130 grand a year, 140 grand. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, there are people who work for charitable trusts, which is a way of saying a non-profit, or charities, as people might call them. Uh, People who work for charities who earn more money a year than prime ministers and presidents. No, I'm not saying the prime minister and president deserves to get as much as they do, because they don't. But sort of telling, isn't it, when it's supposed to be non-profit, and we know that presidents and prime ministers are paid enough that they get to start investing money when they're fucking out of their position.
Yeah,
Fucking
they
snap that
deserve
shit up.
whatever pay they get on the field that they'll be working after the revolution.
Who the fuck is calling me?
CPI interview for.
Is the reason the world is the way it is. Imperialism is a system, and we live under that system. And at one point, let's be real, imperialism was providing a good life to people in Western countries. The 1950s. People talk about the American dream. A house, a car, a TV set, a refrigerator.
Is this Is this where he pretends
The
like the labor
nuclear family
aristocracy ceased to
that
exist?
refrigerator.
I don't know. I hope so, because that'll be fucking hilarious.
Because I think that's what he's getting on. Just got to hear that again.
No. Options reply. Yeah, you just watching me fucking text old school with a brick phone.
Oh snap! You got one of those piece of shits. I remember that.
Doesn't even have access to like a browser or anything. Like, there's no internet.
I think if the right things are going, we're probably going to go back to those kinds of phones.
They're very durable, aren't they?
Just in terms of like freaking the resources to take to make these fucking iPhones.
Well, it's gonna bring me up a chicken dinner, you know. I'm excited for that. Where's my phone? I had it a moment ago. What? There it is. And I'm not on about the brick one I was just holding. I do have a smartphone. I just can't get the SIM tray open to actually use it. The brick phone is because brick phones don't die as easy. The battery lasts fucking ages. Okay, because I ended up on the streets in a different town when I went to go to the hospital, and I was kicked out in the middle of the night for having hypersensitive overload. Actually, no, that time was actually not for hypersensitive overload, because I swore. I used swear words, and that was bad for them.
And they kick you out because of that.
Yeah, yeah, and then because I had no phone, well, I had my smartphone on me, but it was dead because the battery died on it. I couldn't call for fucking what's it, anyone to pick me up, and no trains or buses or anything were working. I had no money for a taxi because I'd used the absolute last of my money to get to the hospital. Um, what's it? I had to stand in a telephone box all night in the middle of gale and winds, because it was when those hurricanes hit America, and we got shit tons of hurricane ass blast.
Yeah, I remember that. It knocked out the I don't know if you know what a Wawa is. It's literally called WAWA. I think it's based off some kind of native thing, but it's basically like a convenience store slash gasoline place. Our Wawa got knocked out, and because of that one storm, it's been closed ever since. It's out of business.
We ain't got no money.
Good old capitalism. I love it how Caleb is just looking at us disapprovingly, just giving us a look like, really, really.
What's he gonna do
A
next?
house, a car, a TV set, a refrigerator, the nuclear family. The fact that people that didn't even
Is
have
he
a high
threatening
school
us with a
diploma
war?
could get a job in a steel mill or an auto plant or a meat packing plant, get good union wages.
Oh, I know, because they made that joke. He's gonna be like, "Oh, what, do you not know what the nuclear family is?" Because he's the type of person that expects people to just be stupid. It's like, Caleb, everyone knows what the nuclear family is. Just... I did a funny, don't worry.
Take care of their kids. Why was that possible? It was possible because at that point, the Western imperialists
Smug.
were making so many profits, raking in so much profit from around the world. So many cities had been blown up that they could afford and they needed to have a layer of good paying industrial workers in the homeland. Right? They needed, in order to keep U.S. society stable, in order to make the cars and the tanks and the guns and the steel and the meat supplies and to pack the food.
They're gonna make all of that first, and then they'll make the steel. I think the steel comes first, Caleb.
It's you fucking.
Also, you don't just make, like, what a weird way to use the word make. Make is not just the general term. Like, steel is forged, not made. You don't make,
I like
like, make is so in like an engineering term, make involves as more manhandly process. Like, so if making something with steel would be like casting it, that would be making something with steel. Steel itself is an actual, like, construct.
yeah.
It's
You have
forged.
to forge it. You have to gather the resources first, and then I like where this is going. This
Well, I
I
mean,
can
it depends
already
on what
tell.
type of steel you're making as to whether you need several different resources, or because there is ways to make steel with just iron. It doesn't always have to be a alloy. What is there, like 5,000 different versions of steel or something stupid like that?
Probably.
Yeah, because like I remember my dad going on about it. There's like ridiculous amounts of different, like, forging and casting techniques for steel. The old man's a metal fabricator.
Nice.
To do the industrial labor, they needed a very, very, very big industrial working class in the homeland. And they could afford.
Yeah, that's the thing. Caleb's gone about his very working class roots. Caleb, do talk about your dad's profession to us, please.
Oh,
My
but
old
he said
man
he can't.
is a metal fabricator. Worked in factory all bloody life.
Father and grandfather were both carpenters. Other grandfather, um, fire, what do you call it? Firefighter. Along with being in the Marine for 26 years or some shit.
Hey,
Yeah, he was in the
that was
Marines
in
for
around World War II, wasn't it? Or was it Korean War?
1940, World War II. FDR implemented the draft, if memory serves correctly. A lot of this, my grandfather told me about the joining the Marines once, and this was like literally 2 weeks before he died, literally.
God
So,
damn.
yeah, that's the only conversation I can really remember of him mentioning it. Other than that, he never really talked about it.
A lot of people hold a lot of bad memories about times around them.
Yeah, my mother's told me some.
Oh, yeah, because she'd have heard it when he's had his breakdowns. Because of
Well, I
how much
mean,
more time she spent around him, and she'd have seen him at his worst.
yeah, I mean, she did see him down a flight of steps, and he had chronic. Well, I really want to go into all that, but you get the point. Basically, he had a whole bunch of like mood swings and shit like
Oh yeah,
that.
PTSD. I
Too.
suffer with it
PTSD.
myself. Yeah, it's a horrible, horrible issue.
Yeah.
Some a condition that we ignored for fucking centuries, and it took war to show us that this thing exists. Unfortunately, now you get a load of dickheads that believe that you can only get it through war, and it's like it's post-traumatic
Yeah.
uh, stress disorder, not post-warrior stress disorder. Um, but yeah, no, soldiers get it the worst of cases though, because I mean, what's it? Whether you're seeing people be massacred, or one of the people trying to not be massacred, or one of the people doing massacre, all of those things will traumatize you.
Yeah.
And do you know what? You speak to some soldiers, and they'll tell you like, what's it? You get two different types. You get the blessed types where they'll tell you that, you know, because they'll tell you that no kill ever hits you as hard as the first one, but they'll always hit you like the first one. They'll always hit you hard, and they'll never leave you. You'll always feel like you're taking a life. That's when you've got like the base person who's in those positions. Then you get the fucking people that you might want to be a bit careful of, that are a bit more dodgy, where they say it gets easier every time. Now,
Yeah.
depends on how they see it. If they don't like the fact that it's like that, then there's someone who at least they have a problem and they see it's a problem and they can be dealt with. Someone that acknowledges the problem, they can get out of the problem. It's always the way that I like to look at it. It's the
Yeah.
psychological way to look at it. If
Yeah.
they
If you get people,
see it as just a normal, logical sort of conundrum and a way of processing forward, I wouldn't trust them. Wouldn't trust them as far as
if you get people, yeah, if you get people like Hitler or Mussolini, basically said being in war was pretty much their best time of their lives. It gave them meaning in life. It was like an
I mean,
uh,
we are in a
esoteric
position
kind of.
where we can't just outright, as much as we hate the imperialists and the wars that are committed, we can't outright, you can't just outright disrespect the troops, because I mean, whilst a lot of them are a bunch of fucking aristocrats and upper working class people who are just going out to war because they want to join the army and they want to go fight fucking brown people. A lot of people in the army are poor folk who have nothing else and have had to join the military because it's the best way for them to survive. A lot of them are people who have been indoctrinated into believing a certain set of beliefs and stuff like that. Now, there's a difference between the police and the military as to why you may want to consider actually trying to at least appeal to people who have been in the army. Not only people in the military. So the people in the military, as I've already explained, are a lot of them are drafted into it not by an actual legal draft, but by poverty. Has anyone met a police officer as a police officer because he's impoverished? No, I don't know of anyone like that. I couldn't fucking find it to you, but I could tell you now that there are many people who I've known personally myself who've gone in the army because it's the only thing that they got for them, and it's sort of one of the things we've got to consider. There's a lot of people that are either lost or trapped in their own sea of shit because of the monetary contradictions of capitalist society. But it's just something that I like to mention because it's something that I mean I'm up to be tussled on. I haven't got the full fucking perspective on, but it's what's it? Certainly something to really consider and think about in regards to how we operate when it comes to dealing with these people. I mean, the, we see a lot of people coming out of Iraq, especially those who have come from the lower class, who are absolutely disgusted with how everything's gone down or everything's going forward. I mean, the Assange links made many soldiers disgusted with their military and their command and got out of it. So it doesn't matter how much the system tries to persecute Assange and cover it all up. A load of soldiers who aren't in the command structure, who aren't fucking being bullied and bossed about by to the absolute T, got a little more freedom to think than some of the other folk, or at least their freedom to think is not a freedom to think in a more sort of judicial managed with mentality within the army. All these boys are gonna be seeing it, especially the young ones are gonna be seeing these images of people that are supposed to be like heroes to them, and brothers and sisters in arms to them, raping, murdering, and pillaging villages in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree. I got a brother and younger brother as well, and they went into the military not for any patriotic reasons or anything like that, but they were addicted to drugs, honestly.
I mean, to be fair, I've known a few people who've gone for that mentality. They've struggled with marijuana. I know it's not really a harsh addiction, but they're struggling with it, so they went into the army and straightened
They were
themselves out.
struggling. They were struggling with a lot more than marijuana.
Well, I mean, it was likely.
Hard drug,
I
yeah.
mean, meth and
Yeah.
heroin are normally the most common ones these days, if not
Yeah.
crack. Um, but the what the poignance is that a lot of people who go along them lines they're trying to double down. They're both trying to get off the drugs and get the engineering degree because that's one of the best things to go for in the army. If you are one of them people in poverty who is going to go and do that, you go for the engineering degree. Guarantees
Yep.
you a job when you get out of your 2 years. Guarantees your 2 years mandatory service. I say mandatory. It's mandatory for you to get the experience you want. You can leave the army whenever you want. It's going okay. It's going okay. We've increased our efficiency by like 500% when it comes to watching the video. Well, it's it. When we get to the end, because we may actually be able to end it in this stream or these things. Maybe I don't know. Should speed up the
At
ghoul.
least the at least the introduction we can. Oh God, yeah, we gotta really speed this up. Caleb's such a condescending fucking prick. Like he just
Fly,
yeah,
you
we talk.
fools! You've been watching Lord of the Rings.
I've watched it enough times. I know and the scenes.
Or that
I actually
homeland.
saw that when I then you can play the video. I saw that when it came out in the theaters as a kid.
Oh
Best
wow!
experience of my life.
My dad has the extended editions on DVD.
You know, watching it in theaters though, amazing
Yeah,
as
but
a
you don't
kid.
get the extended edition in theaters.
Oh, I did watch the extended edition on TV too. Yeah.
My dad's got the whole collection. It's like
Nice.
four DVDs. It's like what? That's 4.7 gigs a disc. Right? If they didn't can the cassette in the 90s, they'd have had computer cassettes that could run 10 gigs. Which in the 90s was like fucking steads.
And industrial working
Yeah,
class. They
nice.
could afford to pay them a pretty good wage. Now, they didn't
Everyone was using 200 kilobit fucking computers.
pay garment workers in New York City very good wages, right? A lot of garment workers that were Latino, African American who worked in the garment factories of New York.
Did he just use the term Latino to imply people of color?
Yes.
Ooh. Ah, no. Latino and black are not the equivalent. Do you mean Puerto Rican? Because that's different. Because you got to be specific, Caleb. Like, and from what I can tell, I haven't specifically asked them, but from what I can tell from my engagement in Puerto Rican people, they don't like being called Latino. Actually, a lot of people who have native descent don't like being called Latino, and you'll find that most people in Puerto Rico are half Spanish, half native. Yeah,
Yeah.
dingus.
Well, it's more of this, Caleb showing his whiteness again, basically.
Yes, well, these garment shops that are ran by Latinos, you see, America is giving the colonized a great movement.
So what do you mean the Latinos are the people who help America colonize the South and use the natives to farm for them? I mean,
This
Mexico is like the one place where you could point and be like, "See, look, the Latin people are oppressed," but it's like, well, it's because the there's the Latin and native is much harder to distinguish between the two of, because there are a lot of people who are of native blood who are completely assimilated culturally and are
Yeah.
half Latin too. Mexico is not my place to go into full specifics on. Um, but you know the it's even in Mexico, when you look at it, the people who are being used as peasants to farm, and it's like over industrialized peasants to farm the fuck out of the land for them, is um in these factory farm units that keep getting built. It's the working class, the poorest working class of Mexico, uh, are gonna be those that carry native blood in their veins. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
What's the difference between Mexico and America other than the state of the world it's in, the position of the imperial order it's in? Otherwise, they're countries of the same origin. Settler colonialism. Spain brought blackness to America as a concept. They used it to enslave Africans. The British brought whiteness to America when they used it to distinguish themselves from their African slaves and from the Irish that they were oppressing. Actually, when the Anglos defined whiteness, they defined it as being specifically Anglo, not by being white colored. They defined it as being specifically Anglo-Saxon.
Are you telling me that America was founded by white people? It was founded by Anglo-Saxons? Get out of here!
Yeah, it's almost as if fucking what's it? The Anglos may have created something that's bad and we shouldn't use it. But I mean, it is to the point where like they would consider many groups that would consider themselves to be white, not white because they're not Anglo-Saxon, like the Spanish, for example. I mean, it's where you see Hitler being like the advancement of this type of behavior, because Hitler takes it to another level where he he's actually putting a percentage to how a lot of this thing would be looked at. Because I mean, Britain would look at different nations, and sort of they'd have a level of whiteness to them. I mean, like France, for example, is somewhat white to them because France has a massive amount of Anglo-Saxon culture. The Frankish do have relationship to the Saxon, so they would technically be seen as somewhat white. Germany, a lot of Saxon culture in Germany. Unfortunately, that Saxon culture is somewhat repressed, but nonetheless, there's a
Yeah.
lot of Saxon culture in Germany. So I mean, it's one of them like where they go and pick and
Yeah.
choose. Well, Germany did the same thing in the 30s with Hitler. Hitler was like uh percentiling like different countries on their Nordic percentages. I think
Yeah.
Britain was like 25% or 50% Nordic.
So, basically, the way I kind of see it is, so basically, Germany is like on top, and then there would be the quote Germanic people
Oh no, Germany wasn't
underneath.
on top. Nords were on top, then Germany.
Okay. All right. So Nords would be on top, then the Germanics, and then the Germans, and then the Germanics, and then you got the Western European peoples. So that would be the I don't know.
Spanish and the French.
I think they technically did consider Italian, at least on cultural level, superior to that. This is when it gets into territory.
So I mean, Germany kind of saw Italy as Italy was a questionable one. I mean, they saw Italy as like Aryan because of the Nazi definition of Aryan was a bit weirdly loose. Like they tried to link it to Nordism, but it's not because of Nord blood alone. Basically, why they chose the Nords was because they said that the Nords obviously must be the most genetically successful because they have the most successful city constructions and triumphs in society. Basically, they measured the idea of Aryanism based on the idea of like stability, like a nation being able to keep its hegemony and keep its control. And the Nords are seen as a place that's not easy to invade and has caused much trouble in its conquest. I don't know, like the problem with Hitler is he writes like a fucking. I can't say like a moron because the issue is there's intelligence to the what he's writing, but it's bad. Like he doesn't know how
Yeah.
to convey it, and it's terrifying because if you write something that is not badly written but also contains some form of intelligent messaging, you've left it up for interpretation to be created into something even more diabolical than it already is, and it's pure evil. Mein Kampf is pure evil, I'll tell you that.
Whew, good. I'm glad you got that controversial message over.
I
They certainly didn't get paid a very good wage. A lot of factory workers and miners in Appalachia, they didn't get paid a very good wage. There were a lot of very, very poor people in the American industrial working class. But there was a very big layer. Fascism. All right. Fascism, productive forces. There was a very big layer here at home of well-paid industrial workers. And that layer provided the stability that imperialism needed in order to conquer the world. Those auto workers and steel workers and boiler makers and plumbers and construction workers who had high enough pay that they were loyal to empire. Government step up to the plate. Higher.
don't even have to pause it to talk.
Right? They were loyal to the empire because they said, look, after World War II, after the USA won World War II, our living standard went through the roof. America's a great country. They were pretty loyal to empire. And the Communist Party in the 1950s was crushed. It used to have a huge amount of support among industrial workers, but after the living standards started rising so drastically, with the USA riding high, this was the center of the free world, making super profits, Communist Party, people didn't want to hear it. And when McCarthyism started, a lot of people went along with it because they said, "Why we don't need a Communist Party anymore. We don't need to fight or starve. We don't need to have sit-down strikes anymore."
Fuck, you're literally saying it. Come on, Caleb.
But right now,
you're right there. You're right there, Caleb.
Things are changing.
Come on.
Because the same thing that the imperialists have done to Mexico and Ecuador and Nigeria, they're now doing to places like Pennsylvania, to places like Arizona, to places like Minnesota, to places like Ohio, where I'm from. Drive through this country right now. Look at the conditions of the roads. Do you know how many municipalities in this country right now are unpaving the roads?
Slime, it's anti-revolutionary.
Because the government can't afford to maintain its operating budget, can't afford to keep maintaining the roads. So they have this device that you can hire. It's like a big machine, like a tractor, but it's called a reclaimer, and it pulls up the asphalt and pulverizes it. There are cities in 27 different states that have gone from having paved roads to having dirt roads. Take a look at the conditions of the drinking water in the United States of America right now. We know about the Flint water crisis, but all over this country. The quality of our drinking water is
And
decreasing.
why?
Why?
Trying to make
Because
campaigns
governments
for it?
can't afford to maintain water purification systems.
Get thousands of
People all over the country are drinking
you
water
have
that is not properly purified, could contain lead, could contain other chemicals. The first world, that's what people call the Western imperialist homeland,
You say could contain other chemicals.
is currently
Does
experiencing a decrease in living standards. Wages are going down. The next generation of workers have a far lower wage level than their parents had. At the same time, the rate of incarceration and imprisonment is going up. Opioids are flowing into the country, just like in Mexico, when the Wall Street monopolists devastated the Mexican economy. People didn't have the good-paying jobs they once had. People were thrown off their land. You saw a rise in the drug cartels. We're seeing a rise in the drug cartels here in the United States. They are on the rise.
It's the same smug, condescending.
Big pharma, as we know, turned
The
getting Americans
pauses don't
addicted
feel
to
shorter
prescription
either.
medications, prescription pain pills, into a way to make money. Millions of lives destroyed. Imperialism
Destroy my life,
is destroying the United States of America. This is imperialism.
The highest
Imperialism
stage of capitalism
is global monopoly capitalism. It is a small group
Caleb,
of banks and corporations and
well
oil
done.
monopolies and manufacturing monopolies
banks again.
and oil monopolies. It is a small group of banks and corporations.
A small group of banks and corporations. Sus.
Monopoly
Totally.
capitalism. It is a small group of banks and corporations and oil monopolies and manufacturing monopolies, telecommunications giants.
What? You mean the capitalist
dominating the global
class?
economy.
The capitalist
And keeping the world poor. And driving the world into further and further poverty
we gotta
to advance their own wealth.
So
And controlling governments to make sure
capitalists.
that keeps happening.
You drinking candle wax?
It's chicken orange juice.
The death toll of imperialism
I don't know why I laughed.
is incalculable.
He's drinking
Every
his
day,
people.
people die because of imperialism. Every single day, there are people who die of malnutrition-related illnesses, die of preventable diseases, die because their country hasn't been able to develop a strong medical system, die because of the fact that their country hasn't been able to develop a clean water system, die because of the fact they don't have proper electricity. All over the world. All over the world. Wall Street keeps countries poor so that they can stay rich.
Yeah, so you and your
But
family.
people say
Capitalism
capitalism
into
is
there
war,
and buy
and
shit.
you're right about
Well, go
The
on.
capitalists keep the world poor, you fucking dingus.
No, man, it's the bankers, man. Did you not hear him? He said a small selection of bankers and oil corporations.
So if we get rid of the bankers and some of the oil corporations, everything will get better.
Well, we'll just let Elon Musk run everything. We're great.
Oh, God. You know, the capitalism that Caleb promotes sounds actually... it could actually be even worse than the one we currently have.
Certainly less thought out.
It could be more destructive in terms of mining and other such things. Environmentally, it sounds like in hell.
Yeah, it doesn't sound the most efficient. Where's my zipper? What? I remember putting it. Ah.
piece of shit headphones. Fuck off on me, these Bluetooth things. They just shut off for no reason. Alien.
About that. War is how
Never
imperialism is enforced. You see, when a country breaks out of imperialism, when a country says no to the IMF and the World Bank, when a country starts using its resources to build up its economy, that is where the wars start. Iraq, under the leadership of Saddam Hussein, had spent a huge amount of money building up the domestic economy. Orange juice, thanks. They nationalized their oil.
Someone asking about the orange juice.
Took it out of the hands of Western corporations and started using it to build hospitals and schools, to pave roads, to build things that they needed. And so the USA put sanctions on Iraq during the 1990s. The sanctions, according to the World Health Organization, resulted in the death of roughly 500,000 children. The economic sanctions that the United States put on Iraq to strangle the country economically because it dared break out of imperialism. It dare have a Ba'athist Arab socialist government. Parents, family.
Die from having no Burger King in their diet. Also, Saddam
because
was
of that,
not socialist Baathism. Like,
500,000 children
He may have called himself a
lost their
Baathist, but I think it's an insult to call him a socialist to the Baathist movement.
This is the moment when Caleb starts, listing all clearly not socialist, claim that they are socialist, or not even socialist. He'll say they're breaking free of the international bankers.
I don't know if my Arab brother's back from praying or not, but I imagine like I like this comparison would scoff, like to compare like, because I mean calling someone a Ba'athist socialist, like you're basically daring to compare, when you call Saddam Hussein that, you're daring to compare him to Abdel Nasser. They don't even sit on the same page. Like they ain't even in the same book. Like Saddam played his own fucking fiddle and tune, and yes, he did good things in that. But all good things can come from people telling America to suck their own dick. But there is always a fucking but. There's always a but. I guess we can all agree, though, and rejoice that the Soviet song about Saddam Hussein that they made, the Red Army Choir song, is fucking sick. That I rate 10 out of 10. 9 out of 11. That's better than 10 out of 10. Except when I'm using it as a measure of people, because I can do that when it's like 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 people. I'm like 9 out of 11 people. Funny.
The USA would not allow Iraq to import chlorine to purify its water. Saddam Hussein built a water system for Iraq, and because of that, the United States would not allow chlorine.
He's just sitting there putting the bricks down. Got his handyman suit on.
I'm sick of this one man theory shit, because I know he doesn't believe he built it, but he obviously believes that it was because Saddam Hussein ordered it to happen. Caleb, do you know how government works? Like, you know how bureaucracy works? You think Saddam Hussein was like just the sole dictator of his country? Like, even though I don't believe he was a socialist, I damn well know that he wasn't fucking like the only guy calling the shots. That's not how. This even countries that aren't democratic don't work like that. Even countries where king rule exists, like Nazi Germany, where the ruler could quite literally tell you jump and you had to say how high, work like that. Because No country can work like that. No one man can do all that or would want to do all that. It's actually a ridiculous amount of stress and pressure and responsibility. Even kings didn't do all that. That's why they had fucking court fucking workers that did the shit for them. Fuck's sake. Are we doing democracy? Well, sorry, not even democracy. Government and politics 101 right now. Because fuck me. It's been a few years since I've done that. I shouldn't have to be teaching a fucking college graduate who probably has degrees under his belt how to fucking do politics. But sorry, I guess there's more than just citation needed.
To be imported into Iraq, and as a result, all kinds of children got preventable diseases because their water hadn't been purified. 500,000 people under the age of 12 died. 500,000 children died as a result of U.S. policy.
And you know who built that water purifier to help the Arab people? Help the Iraqi people? Was the Iraqi people? The Iraqi people emboldened by their push for strife and freedom against U.S. imperialism, their unity and their belief and their love for humanity, their love for Allah, their love for freedom, for struggle, their understanding that life won't come without struggle. Like, they built that with their hands. Their own two fucking hands amongst every worker that plied their toil into that fucking work. That's where you gotta show the respect. Like, if I was gonna turn around and say something and show some respect in that direction towards Saddam, I'd say that Saddam gave the country the chance where the working people could better put their work towards themselves than others, but doesn't make him a socialist. That doesn't make it Saddam who did that. That's still the working people that did that. That's still their triumph and their ambition, their move forward.
Yep. And also he's talking about America as well. This is done by America. But Caleb, I thought you're an American patriot. I thought, you loved America. So, like, shouldn't you be owning up to this, saying, like, yeah, this is what we do? Like how can you, love the country and be patriotic towards it, while at the same time, like, saying, oh, it's doing bad stuff all around, but like, these are some pretty big contradictions here, Caleb.
It's because
maybe
he's doing the Hegelian thing where he's conflating nation with country and state.
Oh, yeah.
Nation existed long before country. Actually, country originally supposed to just mean piece of land, not owned plot of land, just piece of land. That's why we have the countryside, which you'd actually just call the country. It's plot of land. Like, we're possessive. I mean, it's nation. Nation can be devoid of country. Country cannot be devoid of nation. Like, in the country, in the sense of nation state, I mean. When I use the word country, I mean nation state. I know I may have made it confusing when I gave the unnation related definitive. I make things confusing. I don't intend to make things confusing, but you're in for the ride. You asked when this was happening, and you agreed to it when I said it was happening now, because fuck it. So here we go. Everyone saw when I was struggling to sort out the stream at the start. They saw the last 3 messages, because I'm great at streaming and didn't press the hide button.
Well, maybe Caleb will explain further about these contradictions here in his logic.
Strangling Iraq with sanctions. That's according to the World Health Organization. Leaders of the United Nations Human Rights Council resigned in protest over what the United States was doing at that point. Furthermore, Furthermore, Madeleine Albright was asked by 60 Minutes about the 500,000 children who were dying as a result of the sanctions imposed on the country. She said it's worth the cost. She said it's worth the cost. And then, of course, we know that in 2002, 2003, ultimately, the United States invaded Iraq, blew the country to shreds, destroyed the infrastructure.
Why are you
Thank
smiling?
you very much. Response to the eviction crisis. Writing it down.
Because someone said something to you. Okay.
Just
I apologize for misinterpreting that, but like, it's just so weird to just say like death and destruction and then just go. It's like, if I'm saying something and someone said something pleasant and I'm distraught by it, because I get emotional when I talk about things like the destruction of Iraq and stuff like that. I'm talking of the death of millions of people.
Yeah.
Not hundreds of thousands, Caleb. Millions. Like what? It was like 1 million dead in the war itself, 3 million altogether over time. Like,
yeah, and I think he's also not even giving the full details of the sanctions. From what I heard, 1990 to 2003, I think it was like 2 million Iraqis died from the sanctions. But that would be an underestimate for all I fucking know. Like again, a lot of these things are pushed under the rug and shit like that. And who knows how many died from the so-called war on terror. Could be millions by now. America's learned from the British to not keep body count.
I have in the bottom right of my screen, I have a notification for Hakim's new video. It's like explaining things about socialism that are hard to understand, and then in the fucking in brackets it says watch this liberal with spaces between it all, and I feel like he's challenging me whilst also denigrating me. Like I feel challenged. Like love and respect to fucking Hakim. He's a lovely soul.
Yeah.
Needs to answer my Twitter messages.
Actually, I don't think I've messaged him on my new Twitter account because I remember getting blocked because I called someone a fascist or a Nazi. I called them a Nazi. And Twitter blocked my account.
I got banned from Twitter one time for attacking George H.W. Bush after he died, calling him a war criminal. And apparently that's violence now.
Well, yeah, because you may have upset AOC, you see.
Yeah.
Looks like I'm just bringing up pieces of uranium.
He's like he's filming in Chernobyl. Or it actually looks like you're camping right now. Actually, in the dark. God, I want to go camping now.
It's like Specky V said. I've dropped the reactionary infrared for green
slime.
Well, you actually can get infrared sites that show green. It's just I wouldn't come up green. I'd come up like patchy bits of orange and yellow. Because not all infrared is FLIR, which is where you've got the white and black infrared. That's FLIR. Old school infrared, you had like a green filter, and then you flash the big ass light, and then when you flash the big ass light, it hits the target, and then they come up like a bright yellow color ish. Well, it's like it's between like the green it is and then white, depending on how hot they are. I think it's how hot they are. I don't know. Old school thermals spook me a bit, and I've mainly had to learn from it listening to Tank Lot. and the what's it? Any bit of because I went into the air cadets because I wanted to go into the paratroopers. Whilst it still does involve military training, the military training they give you in the air training corps is not as focused on a lot of the stuff they give you in the army training corps.
Yeah. You're supposed to just like go in and
pass all the same tests though. I still you strip a rifle, do is it like a 2-mile run in 9 minutes or something like that?
2-mile run in 9 minutes. I'd probably still be like, I would probably give up after like a third of the way.
It's ridiculous. Like they've got some. I remember that being one of the things that stopped me from staying in the ATC. That and I got really addicted to fucking marijuana and like doing that a lot. I remember turning up after being gone for ages and just turning around to the corporal and saying, "Why were you gone?" I was getting stoned all the time. I was like, "You better not say that around the warrant officers." When he turned around and said me, so I was like, "Oh wow, I technically just missed the bollocking." I was at a really not give a fuck point in my life. Everything was falling apart for me.
The U.S. invaded Iraq, destroyed the country's highways, destroyed the country's electricity, devastated the place. It was years before the electricity.
Caleb has. It's a bit unusual. You've been reading your Ayn Rand again.
City builders.
Like, I get these going on about infrastructure being bombed, but it's like it's just the road was like the first thing, and it's like he was going on about roads a lot earlier. Is he got a bit of an interest in
Ayn
roads?
Rand.
Caleb, do you like to drive?
Electricity even came back on in Iraq. Could you imagine years without electricity? Millions of people died as a result of U.S. policy in Iraq from the sanctions in the 1990s.
This is one of the big problems with Caleb as well. Is he tells a lot of truth, like a lot of truth, like, but it's he uses this to mix in his bullshit.
Like all good fascists. Yep.
I mean, it gets me sometimes, like having to like really think because I don't want him to be a fascist. I don't want anyone to be a fascist. I'd love him to be a fucking a traitor to his class, but he doesn't want to be. But Caleb is he's very good with his language. Like, I mean, I've heard people who support him and hate him say this themselves. I think they're absolutely spot on. Like that, whilst he's a bonkers guy and he talks a lot of shit at times, he's a good speaker, and he can get you feeling like he believes what he believes, except when he stops every now and then to write a super chat down and completely switches between supposed passion and nothing at all. Like he acts like a sociopath. He's really good at mimicking social engagement when he's not condescending to you.
He doesn't. Okay, so you know how I know he's a sociopath? He doesn't own any animals. That right away is a big red fucking flag. And I know for a fact he doesn't own. People who don't own animals and hate. Like, I think Caleb does hate animals. That is a clear sign of somebody who's really fucked.
How can you hate owning animals? Animals are great. I mean, I guess there are like some people who might not like it, but it's a weird thing. Like everyone likes at least a kind of animal to own. Like even the people who are not fond of like the furry pets, they're still like a lizard or a fucking spider or a
Well, I like all animals. There's just some like spiders that or something like I want to keep in like a certain, look at per se, but not like touch per se, unless.
I mean, to be honest, like the issue with spiders is the ones that you really want to touch are the ones you really shouldn't touch.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, but they're so fluffy and furry. I want to stroke their poisonous fucking spikes on their back. frizzy spiders. I love New World tarantulas. They're amazing. I'd like to own a tarantula. I'd also like to own a cat. Not two pets you really want to own together.
Yeah. Unless you keep them separated.
I mean, I'd like to have a cat and a dog as well, which the problem is with that is I know I'd never be able to get them both at the same time and handle bringing them up at the same time, but kind of need to, because if you get them at different times, either the dog will be too overexcited with the cat when it's young and will make the cat scared of the dog from the start, and then the cat will just always be horrible to the dog from there in the get-go, or you get the cat before the dog, then the cat's grown up by the time you get the dog, and the cat will just try and kill the dog a lot. And
Yeah.
you don't want a cat that's territorial with a dog, because a cat is much more dangerous than a dog. Dog has one point of attack. It can bite. Cat can bite, and it can scratch with all four of its claws. And it will go for the eyes.
Yep. Well, I have a cat and a dog, and you know, it's the usual bullshit between them, but generally speaking, they seem to at least...
That's because the dog knows that the cat is more scary than it, and it's terrified of it. I guarantee that when the cat gets on the dog's bed, the dog leaves.
Yeah.
I've seen this with so many dogs. I somewhat don't find it as funny as most people do, because I know why the dog's terrified, because cats are fucking nasty when they want to be. That's the real big problem.
Yep.
Small owl can make a dog shit itself. Tulip was a revolutionary bird. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Owls are great. I'd own an owl. Owls are like the in-between between a fucking a cat and an eagle.
I want a calica.
Wait,
a giant.
what? It's illegal to own an owl in Canada, eh?
What? I want to.
He'd be kicking about up in heaven. He's probably fucking having the time of his life.
Yeah.
Feather cats. They basically behave like it. The water is their fucking weakness as well, just like cats. And the same sort of way, like they got real thick ass heavy coats. More efficient than usual. But it's legal to own a capybara in Toronto, at least. Capybaras are interesting. So, yo, Mike, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
Caleb looks like somebody.
Had nothing on Tulip.
I swear, Caleb looks like somebody that would just strangle a puppy or something.
That motherfucker can run when he's soaked wet. Revolutionary bird and a half. The one owl that couldn't be paralyzed by water. Because some owls can't even fucking stand properly when they get wet. It's hilarious. Huh. Oh, wait.
To the U.S. invasion that destroyed the place. And why? To enforce imperialism. Because Iraq was a country that had dared to break out of Western capitalism and imperialism. And so it was bombed to smithereens. It was destroyed. Millions of people were killed.
Oh, he called Saddam Hussein a socialist, by the way. He said he was a Ba'athist socialist.
To enforce imperialism. They didn't want Iraq to be selling its own oil in competition with the Wall Street oil monopolists, in competition with the Saudi puppets. So Iraq was blown to bits. Millions of people were killed in Iraq to maintain the dominance of Western corporations.
That's cute as fuck. Just bunny up the way. He found a way past the problem. Saddam was more right wing. I said this. I was like, I turned around and I was like, I'm not an Arab person, but if I'm to look at this from the perspective of Baathism, it's a bit of an insult to try and even stick Saddam Hussein in a comparison with Nasser. Like, they ain't on the same page. They ain't even in the same book.
Yeah.
Isn't Saddam Hussein like essentially the source of the sort of right wing Nasserism that you see in certain places today? No, he wasn't all evil. I even said myself that he did a lot of good, and I even said that like when Caleb was going on about things that he said Saddam did, I was like, not Saddam really didn't do those things. Saddam allowed the capacity for the working people to do those things. Like, I don't know why people have to be so one man theory about it. Saddam's government allowed for good things to happen in Iraq because Iraq was allowed to be freed. It's one of those reasons why I still support Saddam over everything that happened to Iraq, because of course Iraq's freedom allows them to then dictate their own history, their own future, and allow them to deal with the contradictions within their own society and sort that out amongst themselves. But even with Saddam's society, the working people of Iraq managed to make massive gains, build massive projects for themselves, which eventually got the ire of the United States government. But Saddam himself even also aided the United States government in its imperialist operations by warring against Iran. So it is something. Saeed Nasrallah supported Saddam against the USA. Aye. I mean, yeah, it was the right choice to be made, and I mean, fucking launching a missile at fucking Israel as the response when the US has declared war on you. That was a fucking Chad move. Called the Iraqi opposition to stand up with Saddam Hussein against America was Machine, and that War Machine, and that was in 2002. Keep in mind, Saeed condemned Saddam's actions before. Based. In 2006, Saddam was happy we were kicking IDF ass. I mean, yeah, it's this gets into the really complicated sector of that history, but it's like imperialism's the highest stage of capitalism, and it's the biggest contradiction on this earth. And when imperialism is actually literally invading your country, you will form united fronts, and it comes to show that Nasrallah knew that himself, knew to stand by that. I mean, you see many people today in Iraq today who didn't out support Saddam one bit, and they're like, you know what? I didn't support Saddam. I still wouldn't support Saddam's ideas today. I didn't like them, but you know what? It's better than this. It's better than what we got now. It's better than what millions of people died to have exist. Like, what the fuck is this? So it's like, even people that despise Saddam would still take Saddam over what they've got now, and they don't really want Saddam even now. They want better. They want better. And like I say, Saddam's government allowed for a lot of good to happen with the way that the proletariat was utilized for infrastructural projects.
But yeah, it wasn't socialist, and that's sort of the problem with.
But the government did stuff.
Yeah. Oh God. I can't wait to.
We need a government of action for working families.
Play it some more, because he's gonna say some really fucking stupid shit that's gonna make me angry.
Libya, another country that broke out of imperialism. They used the oil profits to build the most prosperous country on the African continent. They built the world's largest irrigation system, the Great Man-Made River, and greened the desert so that people in Libya could start growing their own food. They provided universal health care to the whole population, universal education. They wiped out illiteracy in the country. They did amazing, amazing things for the population. Poverty alleviation, amazing things. And so what happened? Right? The CIA started funding revolutionaries, human rights activists.
Wait, I mean, as much as like we'd all agree that Gaddafi had some problems post like 85, 86. Here's the thing. He went out of his way to call Saddam Hussein a Ba'athist socialist. I mean, I'm definitely going to argue that whilst Gaddafi started off as a Nasserist, and I would argue a socialist. Yeah, post 79. Okay, then. I'd argue that he was certainly a socialist in his early days, and he started off that way. He lost his way. He didn't keep down the Nasserist line. The fucker, as worded on screen, for me, the fucker was he was he ended up going down the more bourgeois line and built a social democracy rather than socialism. He betrayed the Nasserist line. But if you were going to call any non-socialist Ba'athist a socialist incorrectly, and you were going to go out of your way to do it, I'd have gone out of your way to do it for Gaddafi, mate, not Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
At least Gaddafi was somewhat left-wing.
Especially in his early years.
His early years, he was a radical motherfucker. Or he had aristocrat burnout. That's the way I shape it. Got to up his own tree.
And telling us, oh, the people of Libya are rising up against a dictator. And then, to support these revolutionaries, the U.S. and NATO bombed Libya to shreds in 2011. Libya has been bombed and destroyed and devastated.
The Libya situation is all horrible. I mean, I hate to fucking get graphic with people and really put horror into your eyes, but the way that they killed Gaddafi was by raping him to death with a machete up his arse. It should be possible, yes. 1 second, I'll let you into the call.
Good. This will take, instead of another hour. Oh, shit, the screen changed.
Okay.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Hear me. I can barely hear anybody.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Your
Hello?
mom.
Hello?
I just need to turn you up because you'd be the quiet. Yeah. I found out how to get the sound to not be shit for people who are on Discord while streaming with OBS. So now I don't have to use shitty StreamYard anymore. I'm better than Caleb. Oh wait, so literally I watched the stream that he did like a few hours after I stopped streaming this morning or before I went out to go get some things from town. And he was like started using StreamYard and is like writing like he's typing down his super chats rather than writing them now. Like it's weird.
Why he doesn't just get a secretary or mods to do that?
And he wasn't in the suit again.
Yeah, he wants to, portray himself more.
Every time I do a video on him, he doesn't wear the suit. It's hilarious. Makes me
So,
want to cry. It's hilarious.
so regarding the Libya point, I wanted to say something.
Hello.
I want to quote the late Ahmad Jibril, uh, former leader of the BFLP General Command based in Syria. So, and for anybody who is asking, this is not my profile picture is not a lot because, as you guys have stated, you know, the Maupinites really like to make a fuss about a lot of things. But yeah, this is just, you know, Dr. Thrax from Command and Conquer Generals because, yeah, why not? That guy was fucking hilarious. Anyway.
I was gonna before you even mentioned that it was actually a character, I was gonna turn around and go, yeah, no, it's not a laugh. I'll actually have you know he is actually an authentic Arab. We have not faked the Arab. We promise.
He's a real.
He just speaks better English than me anyway, but for some unknown reason. But don't worry about it. I'm just shit English.
Actually, I did study a lot of English. I have in my childhood, you know.
You can speak
Did
French
some
too.
certificates from the British Embassy, from the Cambridge English program. So they'd go around schools and they'd hold an annual, what's it called, exam, an annual exam. You'd go there and test yourself in English, and of course, pay a lot of dollars. When you could have paid a lot of dollars, not right now when the currency is bullshit. And I do very well. Both Cambridge and 2 LCI tests. I think I finished it. Yeah, I did all the levels that there was, you know, to do. So yeah, I'm fairly good at English, if I do say so myself.
It's unfortunate the way that the third world uses English as like a class denominator. Like it's not the only thing that denominates class, but it actually works like a caste system language does in the third world. And
Trust me, in Lebanon, the French is the language of the aristocrats.
yeah, so look at him, he's speaking English. I guarantee they fucking act like cunts with it.
That's
I
Ooh,
mean-
March a Slave by Tchaikovsky's on. I love this song.
Oh my god, you should see the Social Democratic Phalange Party of Lebanon. You know, it's the fascist rebranding as Sogdems over here. They didn't even remove the Phalange from the name. So what's hilarious about it is that their leader is the son of one of our former presidents, who is the brother of one of our former presidents that never took office, thankfully, because he got blasted to Kingdom Come. He was a fascist and a collaborator. Yeah, when he speaks in Arabic, you can hear the French accent in it. This guy, it seems like this guy was born and raised in France. Like, he doesn't sound speaking in Lebanese, at least in Arabic. You know, the Lebanese man and his Arabic are also known as to be strong and, you know, manly. Even though that Lebanese man might not say he's Arab, he's actually Arab but in denial. But yeah, it is hilarious how you can just spot on see the fascists and the aristocrats being all Latin in a way. Like today I saw this post, someone made a philosophy book using internet fucking Arabic, and calling it the Lebanese language. Number one, it's not exclusive to Lebanon. All Arabs in the Arab world use it because sometimes it's easier to use the Latin keyboard than the Arab one. And second of all, no, just don't brand it as don't just. We have the Arab language. It's a language. It has rules. It has history. It has glory, and you're replacing it with fucking Latin letters with numbers to replace what the Arab letters that don't translate into Latin. That's cringy.
Trust me, trust me.
But yeah, regarding Gaddafi, so I'm going to be quoting Ahmed Jibril from the documentary Ahmed Jibril on Al Mayadeen TV. He did say that over there. Now, unfortunately, Ahmed Jibril passed away on the same day that Anton Saadi passed away, and Ghassan Kanafani. You know the. But was he Ghassan Kanafani, or am I mistaking him for
Fucking
someone
hell,
else?
like that is that day like the day of the death of revolutionaries or something? Like fucking hell,
Swear
you
to
take
God.
away two of the best revolutionaries the Fertile Crescent has ever produced at the same
Yes,
day.
Ghassan Kanafani, Ahmed Jibril, Anton Saadi. You know, like it's either the same day or there's like 1 day difference, but it's the same time frame. So
But
yeah,
like, what is that the same year as well, or like the same day but on different
no,
years?
same day, different year, because Kanafani died in
So it does
the.
have this like voodoo point for some of the like, well, not voodoo. Sorry, I do apologize. I used an old white colonial hook of African culture to mean something bad. I need to stop doing that. I do apologize. Um, it's a sort of like, uh, uh what's the word?
Black magic.
A cult like situation. Macabre, that's the word. That's the word that should be used, that we what idiotic white people use voodoo for. Need to stop doing that. I should have more respect for voodoo culture, especially considering I know people who practice it. It's why I'm really fucking titchy that I fucking used it. It's not respectful of me to be operating like that with that sort of language. And anyone else who talks like that should really consider what they're talking about, because voodoo is not just a culture that has existed; it's a culture that still exists. But the um, the macabre, it's like a macabre point for revolutionaries of that era. Those seems things they all seem to be fucking dying around a similar time, but different year, you know.
Yeah, it's. But you know what's funny? On the same day, the president of Haiti, or was it? I think yeah, Haiti died. You know, was killed by a group of mercenaries.
Yes.
And I'm like, everybody's dying today, or what? Like, keep getting the news. But I remember being devastated when I heard Ahmed Jibril died in the hospital because you know I've recently seen this incredible story of this incredible man. And I do want to talk about the Palestinian leaderships of the Palestinian Revolution, including Ahmed Jibril. But yeah, I was devastated because he was one of the greatest to be leading in the Palestinian struggle. In any case, he did say that about Gaddafi, Muammar al-Qaddafi. He said that al-Qaddafi bended the knee to the Americans and to the West because if Gaddafi continued the line he was going with, you see, if he had continued the line he was going with, he would have been assassinated by the United States. However, he would have been more popular than Che Guevara, and would have, you know, he would have become an icon, stronger than Che Guevara is an icon for revolutionaries. However, he did bend the knee because he does say that he dropped his favoritism to the PFLP-GC and started supporting Arafat in his course of actions, which is to reach the Oslo Accords.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gaddafi could have died a hero, but unfortunately he lived enough to. I
Have you
mean, he did
noticed
have
that
some
with a
good
lot of
points.
these like aristocrat
Yeah.
revolutionaries, they either die a hero or they live to become the fucking thing they swore to destroy? Fucking Anakin Skywalker, fuck.
Yeah, I watched The Dark Knight as well. Yeah.
No, but
Uh,
it does happen so much because like I will use Gonzalo as an example because it's where I have somewhat respect for Gonzalo as much as I do somewhat hate him as well because of problems he did. I can't forgive things like Bucaramanga, but um the he started off as like a really, really thoughtful revolutionary, and he brought a lot of ideas forward, and he did implement a revolutionary struggle involving People's War that was very, very successful until he fucking decided to throw his fucking cards down the drain like a moron. But the point it says is that a lot of these aristocrats, they start somewhere good and then they throw it away. Oh. Sorry, my play out.
Yeah, I guess maybe Lenin is the exception. Then again, he died pretty young as well. Emma Gold, Emma Luxemburg, was she an aristocrat? I don't even remember.
I mean, in that time, to be a theorist, you should at least have had some kind of education, and education wasn't really accessible for everybody. So, especially if you go back to Russia, it was still a feudal. The feudal system was still there.
Oh yeah.
So, a lot of illiteracy. So, you see. But at the same time, sometimes you don't really need to study philosophy to actually have good ideas. For example, we had a peasant revolution in Mount Lebanon a few centuries ago, where the peasants stormed the houses and the manors of the feudal lords and kicked them out. But then the religious leaders started playing the peasants against each other, and it turned into a sectarian civil war. And then the feudal lords were restored.
Reminds me of the German Peasant War with Thomas Müntzer leading the German Protestant revolt of the peasants against the feudal lords of Germany at the time. They also put that down as well through combines of arms and just pure brutality, pure brutality, killing all the leaders and massacring hundreds of thousands. I also don't think Thomas Sankara was educated as well, and I know he had a lot of good quotes, takes of Burkina Faso. I think they called him. Yeah. Thomas Sankara. They call him the African Che Guevara. You probably heard of him, but yeah, he was killed by the French in 1987.
Yeah. Speaking of Burkina Faso, there's been actually a military coup d'état recently, and the people were protesting against it and asking Russia for help, not China, which is weird. So, I don't know. But yeah, back about Maupin, because I've said my point about Gaddafi. Gaddafi could have done a lot better, but he decided to live long enough to become a fuck up. So his policies were good, but he as a person wasn't all that good.
Yeah.
I mean maybe
it's sort of, I guess, like, they're good in the sense of within the framework of a capitalist system. That's the way I look at Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Like, he was good, but not good enough. Like, he could have been like
he could have been a legend.
He could have been another NASA. He could have been like, to be fair, he could have been the Lenin to NASA's ideas, like NASA, like to NASA's ideas. I did a Caleb and said something twice.
Speaking of which, you guys saw the coin I posted, the image I posted in the Discord. Do you know who that person? Do you know who that?
Rivera.
What was that?
Primo de Rivera, the Phalangist in Spain?
I got a chicken dinner on the way.
No, it's not him. It is a guy named Francisco Franco. You may have heard of him since you were talking about.
De Rivera
Oh,
was similar to that.
yeah,
The
since you were
Generalissimo?
talking.
But he's in Madrid.
Yeah, this is a coin from fascist Franco era Spain. Yeah, right
Yeah.
here, 1959. It's like fucking made out of paper. I don't even know how I found it. I just like collecting coins and.
See, I can't show the joke because the last time I showed something relating to John Cleese, it got blocked. But there's like
Yeah.
there's a very funny bit in 40 Towers where the Spanish waiter that they've got who doesn't know much English. He's speaking to these geezers who've come in to do some work, and the guy is trying to explain to him that he needs to speak to the boss, and then he uses the word generalissimo to say boss to him as a way of like trying to say it in Spanish, and he goes, "What? The generalissimo? He's not here. He's in Madrid." All like paranoid and scared. It's beautiful. There's a few Franco jokes. It's like when he has this like rat that he calls a hamster, and he's like, wait, what? Did Franco have all the hamsters shot in Madrid?
The thing I'll never get over is that there's literally an organization in Spain called the Francisco Franco Institute or something like that. It's literally a think tank with his
If
name
they
on
were
it.
gonna make a think tank, like this is why I hate fucking upper the aristocrats, the petty bourgeois aristocrats, because they're so uncreative. Like when if you're gonna be like that and you're gonna try and put a smiley face on it, call it like the Frankie Boys think tank or something, or Frankie's Fort. Like you had a chance to be funky and you didn't even take it. Although to be fair, if the modern hipster fascists were engaged in that, that'd be fucking awesome. You should be careful of hipsterism. It's just fascist hippie shit. Like Vice Media, a dodgy media outlet. I wouldn't trust them. The guy, I don't know whether he still owns them, but the guy who owned them during the Obama era was a fascist.
Yeah.
So you literally have 2.5 hours still in this
Oh yeah,
Maupin
we
video.
probably won't finish this entire video in this stream.
Well, I mean, we only have to really get to like
Also, it
when he
is a
starts.
1.25 speed, so technically, it's like an hour and 45 minutes.
Well,
Well,
then I'm close.
But what's it? I'm just gonna mute my mic because I gotta get plate ready to pass to my mom and get a cup ready to make some gravy because I got a chicken dinner that's about to turn up. Yeah, we're really agreeing with this stream. Entertain.
Well, just play the stream and I'll comment as I go along. We only have to really go until he gets to like when he finishes his introduction spiel. Like I don't know. Do we have to like do the whole stream or maybe some interesting super chats?
No, like I don't know where he's going next because it seems I'm sure this stream's a cohesive one.
Yeah, he went from like
He hasn't
Ecuador.
He hasn't talked about what he would do if he'd sell out yet. Like that's something I really want to see.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, the way I see it, you should guys have watch the thing beforehand, put some timestamps, put general points that you have to comment on, and you talk about a certain point, then skip to the other timestamp and watch him talk, and then put another point. Especially when you're talking about these long streams of 3 hours. because as much as streaming with you guys is entertaining, and people it's entertaining and informative. I doubt a lot of people do have the time to sit for 5 hours watching this
No, they
and make
don't.
Well,
15
to
hours
to
of
to
three
be
streams back to
to be
back.
to be fair, I myself personally listen to a lot of these streams at work. So I work overnight, so
To be
I don't know.
fair, I do know a lot of people who will just watch, sorry, listen to any sort of random
Yeah,
stream when they're at work. Like, actually, there are a lot of people who work and will just listen to people on gaming streams talking with people because it's nice to hear a bit of social interaction while you're at work. Especially considering that in most workplaces, they might allow you to listen to headphones, but they don't like you talking with people. So it's nice to
yeah.
actually, yeah, while you got your headphones in your ear and some social interaction going on. And some work shifts can be 7 or 8 hours long. So, and I guess sometimes the technical difficulties might be funny for people.
5 hours on an Acer stream, three of which are technical difficulties.
Well, that NASA stream was very informative. Like it, and it's two parts as well. So when they get to the end of it and they're like, "Oh, I wanted more," it's like, "But there is more." Haha.
Just like how this is
There
gonna
is.
be part 8. There's gonna be 8 parts of this one.
I didn't even give it like a part 2 or a cool name. This is just Maupin Watch TM. I feel like I've lost my creative streak.
You need someone on your creative team.
Well, I'd like to see what. Well, play it now. I want to see. I want to see where this is going. I'm already intrigued with
Devastated.
the Maupin. The Maupin.
2011
The
was when the
Muffin
bombs fell
verse
on Libya to
consumes
destroy
you.
the socialist government. And still to this day, things in Libya are an epic disaster. The destruction of Libya was carried out to enforce imperialism.
Oh
Because
shit!
this
Yeah, I
is the
can't hear
situation,
you.
folks. When countries
You
break
can't hear?
out of imperialism,
Yeah, no.
when
If
they
I do
kick
actually
the
open it
big
through
banks and
Discord,
corporations in the
it's
West
going to
out,
cut
when
off
they
my internet
seize
connection.
control.
Oh, okay. Well, he's just talking about Libya. So
Okay, if he says anything important, just tell me.
yeah.
While I'm moving it about, I am gonna play it at normal speed so I can better hear it while I'm moving in and out of the other rooms. Because while it's at a faster speed and I'm moving about, it'll be a lot harder for me to pick it up.
Gotcha.
He's doing the suck.
of their economies.
That's kind of
They
mean.
start
Come
building. Amazing things can take place. Amazing things can take place. Millions can be raised up from poverty. The Soviet
So
Union,
he's right about Libya,
under the
but
Tsar,
he doesn't mention that
was
Russia and
deeply
China in the
impoverished.
United Nations agreed to the what do you call it? The UN vote for intervention in Libya by the United Nations. So China and Russia both signed off on that, just so everybody knows. But Caleb's not going to
Agrarian,
bring that up.
feudal, semi-feudal society.
They
It had
vetoed
some
in
oil
Syria,
that was being
so
exploited
No,
by
possibly
Royal
they
Dutch Shell in
They did it. Yeah, they did it
Azerbaijan.
in Syria, not Libya. That's what I meant to say.
But after the
They
Bolshevik
allowed it for
Revolution in
Libya.
1917, after the 1928 launching of the 5-year economic plans, Russia became a powerhouse of industry. The whole country was
talking
lit
about
up with
Russia,
electricity. The
Soviet
whole
Union.
country had running water. They wiped out illiteracy. They built amazing universities. They did unprecedented things. The whole world was in awe of what the Soviet Union did because it kicked out the imperialists. Look at China. Right? China, until 1949, was the sick man of Asia, one of the poorest countries in the world. They would have famines all the time. Routinely, they had famines. Right? They had famines because instead of growing food, the fields were growing opium poppies for the British opium trade. They would have famines all the time. They had famines. Donetsk, writing it down. They had famines because they didn't have a strong central government that could organize famine relief. They had famines.
You just said that, Caleb.
Because the country was never really able to develop its own industries. The British had beaten down the Chinese economy in 2 opium wars and forced free trade on China at the point of a gun.
It's the 5th time he says they had famines.
1949,
He loves doing that.
China broke free. Started building power plants, started building dams so the flooding wouldn't devastate the country routinely, started, having tractors for the countryside so that people could farm with tractors. Socialism built China into what it is today, the second largest economy in the world. China broke free from imperialism. And because China broke free from imperialism,
sometime in the 1970s, stopped being socialist.
Zombies, COVID, anti-Semitism.
Yeah, 1978 was when the Deng reforms started turning it
Because China broke
again.
free from imperialism, it's been able to do amazing things. Cuba has broken free from imperialism, and it's been able to do amazing things. The Islamic Republic of Iran has broken free from imperialism, and it's been able to do amazing things. You should see the level of development that Iran has. It's amazing. When countries break out of the trap of domination by Western corporations and banks, when they begin independent economic development, when the economy is rationally organized, when the state controls the banks, factories, and industries, when countries break out of imperialism, amazing things are possible.
So he's taken some truth, and he's kind of like mixing everything around here.
In order to really break out of imperialism, you have to, on some level, start moving towards socialism. The capitalists of the developing world are too weak to fight the imperialists on their own. They need the support of millions and millions of workers. So in order to do that, a bloc is usually formed in society, an anti-imperialist bloc. In China, they called it a bloc of 4 classes. And the anti-imperialist capitalists, and the anti-imperialist workers, and the anti-imperialist peasants, and the anti-imperialist intellectuals, they joined together to drive out the imperialists. And because the capitalists of the developing world are too weak to really compete with the big capitalists of the Western countries, because of that, the working class becomes central in the coalition to defeat the imperialists. You'll recall that when Libya began its revolution to defeat the imperialists, they said that they were neither capitalist or socialist. But pretty soon,
this is basically him advocating
became
for
so essential to maintaining the anti-imperialism
AKA,
that socialism triumphed.
Fascism.
Right? NEFAC rallies.
But he should have seen that our aristocracy do tend to be fascistic a lot of the time.
You'll notice
to be very exploitative,
Venezuela,
very feudal-like,
Chavez,
and to tend to be licking imperialist boots.
Yeah. Stream stopped.
First came into office.
Yeah.
He said that he was for neither capitalism or socialism. He was for the third way. He was for what was best for Venezuela. He was representing the capitalists that were anti-imperialists, didn't want to be clobbered by the American capitalists. But
and how did that
he realized after coming into office that he needed the working class. Only the working class could keep him in office. He needed the workers, and soon the working class became the dominant factor in his coalition. And pretty soon he was talking about socialism, and he was quoting Marx on television. He was nationalizing industries. He was developing a centrally planned economy. Russian-China partnership. Imperialism is capitalism in its monopoly stage. And at this point, to really resist imperialism, you must move towards socialism. You must empower the working class. That is our global situation. Folks, my whole life, I've been told that socialism never worked anywhere. never accomplished anything, never achieved anything, failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's been a disaster, Caleb. Everywhere they've ever tried to have socialism, all that happens is everyone gets poor and millions of people die. And that's because communism doesn't work. And it's human nature. People like to own shit, and communists want to like make everyone share everything, and it doesn't work. I heard that my whole life. Writing it down.
You can
Debates.
be funny sometimes.
I heard that my whole life. But my mother is a librarian. I spent a long time in a library. And I'm the kind of person that learned you can look things up. You can look things up. Do folks...
Do you know how to look up sources?
Oh, Caleb, you can look things up, can you? You want a special sticker? Well done for passing year 1 in school, you fucking prick. Well,
so basically,
I know people who fucking have barely learnt a single thing from education, and they could look things up if you pass them a book. I know people who, do you know what, as well? I know people who are fucking illiterate, and they can still inquire through people and engage in fucking discussions where they learn things and push things up. But your mother was a librarian, and rather than just going, oh, her being a librarian means I got a lot of access to material, you're like, I was really good at looking things up. Boy, can I look things up. Like, shut the fuck up.
I mean, I can look things up at the library too. I can Google it right now.
It's a way of him like turning it around and saying, no,
Well, as much as my mother was a librarian, it was not her privilege that made me so good at finding out these things because I had the accessibility to the materials. No, it was my capacity to look things up very well. I'm very good at looking things up, I am, yes. Got to stroke one's ego like you stroke one's penis.
Well, basically, and you also heard him basically advocating for class collaborationism as well, and also ignoring the imperialism of China and Russia to a certain extent.
I missed that bit. What happened?
He basically said that the bourgeoisie. Okay, so the bourgeoisie of the third world is too weak for revolution on their own, so they have to rely on the proletariat of these nations as well, which will then lead to socialism somehow. And he used Hugo Chavez as an example. When Hugo Chavez came in, he was for neither socialism or capitalism. But then, as the conditions changed, he had to move towards socialism. That's pretty much his argument.
Sus.
Yeah, I mean, nobody in their right mind will say Venezuela is socialist. Outside of him. I don't think even Venezuela.
But not even that. Like, the guy's just turned around and gone, this geezer was for third positionism, and I like that. That's what he just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, you call that to the class collaborationism. Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of like a third way, a kind of a socialism with nationalist characteristics almost.
He's a Jordan Peterson style Marxist.
He's eventually going to do a video where he says, I didn't like Bill Clinton, and he said he was a third way Democrat, but today I'm a third way socialist myself. He's gonna do the George Galloway thing.
Oh yeah, George Galloway. The way George Galloway said it was, George Galloway said, in the words of Tony Blair, I am third way. That's one of the biggest critiques. That's one of the biggest antagonizers of Tony Blair and the Labour Party. Turning around to be like, oh yeah, yep, can see that. Right. You're delayed because I started this in StreamYard like a moron rather than just starting it in OBS, and so the latency is really high because StreamYard doesn't that you use low latency when you're on the freebie version. Fuck that shit.
Having a retard moment.
OBS, which is what I use when I'm on one, but I didn't know how to get audio good for Discord. Is open source software. It's Comitech, made by capitalists, but nonetheless, it's Comitech. I say made by capitalists, made by labor aristocrats living under capitalism. I'm doing a funny. Don't get all theoretical with me when I'm obviously making a joke, please. Mopping crew.
This iPhone was made by Jeff Bezos. But yeah, this stream is starting to get funny. It's starting to get good now. Like, cause he's starting to really reveal his third way positions now. Because the more he talks, the more he reveals himself.
I mean, it's hilarious whatever he gets criticized about is transphobia issues, and he's like, I have lots of friends, and you know what, like, what was it he always says? He's always like, he always chooses like a way to just not answer the question when it's like, I understand like
I
showing
don't.
respect, but I mean, we've got a friend here who will show respect, but also say he disagrees. Like, it's like you can show respect for how they're identifying themselves and still not agree with the way it's going
Yeah,
on. And we'll criticize you. I mean, I criticize him every time he opens his mouth on it, but I do it as politely as possible. I try and shout as little as possible when engaging on this issue because it is a titchy issue. We're not all in the same boat when it comes to the way people are viewing this, but obviously we're right. We're gonna be cunts about it, but just joking, just jossing with you. But it's make your position known. Because I mean, what's it? Just like Caleb always says, how he knows all these different people with all these reactionary views. I know a lot of people with reactionary views that are left wingers that come from different demographics, like
yeah.
Islamic and Christian and fucking what's it, fucking Eastern European and fucking some dingy French fuckers. We don't talk about them. My Celtic
Well,
brothers. And I mean,
I think,
I can tell you
yeah.
now, all of us have a bit of reactionary shit inside of us, and some more than others. We
I
all
mean, I do know that I am maybe reactionary by some of your standards.
maybe, but what's it? The thing that we all comment with is we're all very honest about our position, so struggle sessions tend to naturally occur.
I used to have very similar views to Caleb Maupin, patriotic American socialism. I used to be saying shit like we used to wear suits long before I even knew who Caleb was. I used to be saying the same sort of reactionary bullshit as well. You know, rah rah Americanism.
Such
But you
fucking
can
like Anglo fucking like simpery. It's like when we first come to this land, we're all businessmen. What's going on here? Thompson, get me my jacket.
Hold on, isn't, according to the Black Panthers, the racial hierarchy in the United States is Anglo-Saxons first, then Irish, then Italian, then black people and other minorities, with the Jews tending to go from the bottom to the top and anywhere in between according to who the Jew is.
I mean, Judaism is a complicated one. So with Judaism, you're either bum-ass poor or you're doing quite well yourself.
You're either a lawyer or another victim.
But most of them are not doing all too well. Let's just say that.
Depends,
What's funny is that they use whatever is going on in Charlottesville, like the neo-Nazis shouting "Jews will not replace us," to say that Palestinians in Jerusalem who are being evicted from their houses by the IDF so that settlers can move in instead. When they shout "Jews will not replace us," they say that the Palestinians are Nazis. Just look, they're shouting the same shit.
Jews have never made a big population of America. Like, they've always been a small group. America's never really been a welcoming place for Jewish people.
I mean, like, isn't us the Muslims who are more of a threat in retrospect? Like,
well, I mean, you got to remember that the Arab and Jews are grouped together as far as Europe is concerned because you're Semites. It wasn't until the 1800s that propaganda that drew the big nose picture with people dressed in rags to be separated between Jews and Arabs. It used to just be the same picture used for both of you. You were all the Arabs were gold hoarders and the Jews were money grabbers. That was the old stereotypes that still exist today, actually.
Our stereotype was being a gold hoarder.
Yeah.
Then why are we right now stinky gold fuckers? This makes no sense.
I thought the stereotype would probably be more of like a slaver or something like that.
I mean, I wonder if you get to enough gold, you become a goat fucker. Maybe that's how it works. It's like a level up thing.
We amass so much gold that we end up unlocking the golden skin for the goat.
You get all this gold just to melt it and put it over the goat.
That's how a mafia works. Those stupid fucking memes.
I mean,
anyway,
you could just be like the Spanish and kick donkeys off tower blocks for fun.
The Spanish did that?
No, but it's funny to say that they do that.
That's false information.
Well, they
don't know that. Jeremy Clarkson said it. He's not a reliable source of information, but he is a source of information.
Well, look at what they do to bulls. Don't they kill the bulls or some shit? With
No,
the
they probably do, but I know that they also get bulls to go and run through the street to chase after them every year because fuck it.
Why not?
Yeah, because getting hit by very pointy horns on a very mentally unstable, huge ass animal.
That bull has just been taken out of the fields and plotted into a fucking like old school Havana looking ass city. And he's just like, go and chase some people, and there's like shit tons of bulls. There's not just one of them, so like all these bulls are just pissed, and all the other bulls are pissed. So they're like, oh well, we all need to get defensive, and they see all these people. They're like, ah, you bastards, you just shocked me with a laser stick and traveled me fucking 50 miles cross country.
Just so I can run after you.
See, if I was going to go to that event, if I was going to go to one of those events, I'd take like either a red spray can or a red paintball gun or both, and I'd just try and paint as many people with the color red as possible.
You do realize bulls are colorblind, right? They don't see the color red.
It makes me feel confident that they will get hit, and I can just shoot the ball if I get no results.
I can't go to like any event that like harms animals. It's just like it'll yeah, even that. Like it's I've seen too much.
I was planning to shoot the ball, and now you've put me off it. Even though this is an imaginary scenario that is consensual, you will not see me going anywhere near one of those parades. Fuck that.
Yeah, no, it's
I mean, you're running away from it, and your rear is pointed towards something that has fucking horns. We all know how this ends. And to be honest, what's it? I'd prefer the ability to actually be able to hold my shit, not have a ball tear the fucking capacity of my arsehole to hold itself together out because I decided to run in a race that I shouldn't have ran in.
why are they letting bulls run around the city?
It's the Spanish for you. Like, what do you expect? Like, Franco fucked the country. And they
Christ,
were
I
already
mean,
fucked before Franco come into power, so he just fucked the country more.
but my history class told me the Spanish miracle told me that Spain got better under Franco. Or didn't you know that? Didn't you read the Wikipedia article?
It's all a phantasm. It's all a lie. The cave was certainly a lie.
I know Maupin is a lie.
Caleb, you lie.
He just leaves without even turning on the video. In Gimp.
Says a lot about our society.
Yep. Eat something later on. Yes. Left. Now I'm gonna have to look up articles about Spain after this. After I eat something. Been eating chicken while we're sitting here starving.
Making gravy.
Just remember these things called encyclopedias? They were these books. They had the World Book Encyclopedia. They had the Encyclopedia Britannica. Well,
Caleb, we're not stupid. We're not stupid!
He just quoted the British Imperialist Encyclopedia.
The Anglos got to him.
Uh,
See, this is what Haas was talking about.
Also, is he talking like people don't know what encyclopedias are? Like, is he one of those people that are like, oh, kids these days, they don't even know what an encyclopedia is? You fucking
Well, he said
moron. What?
he said himself he has to talk stupid to average people because apparently we're all just fucking. I just have a I got like a hay in my mouth, and I didn't get no darn education apparently.
Anyway, I have to go for the time being. If you do require my services, please contact me. I still have that article saved.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yes, sir.
That article, so I will give you a tinkle if we're at a time that's amicable for you.
I definitely want to check it out, but you have a good one.
Yeah, I'll still be around, but I think that I'm no longer really necessary for this segment. So, yeah.
Yes, sir. Catch you on shitcord.
I'll be right back.
And he doesn't turn on the stream. Okay. Great tonight.
Oh, just gotta sort out the gravy and then I'll be sat down again.
You bastard. You're eating in front of me. I haven't eaten all day.
Neither have I.
People don't realize I'm doing this for free. Unlike Caleb, I'm actually doing this literally for free. I'm like the
Ow!
janitor meme.
Jesus Christ, you just booted the chair with your foot. Fucker. Well, what's it? You're gonna have to ask Caleb for money because I haven't got any. Like, not even just as a joke, I literally have no money left now.
Yeah. I gotta come up with new ways to make money or something. Maybe I'll just, I don't know. I gotta figure
I'm
out
supposed
some.
to be entitled to benefits, but apparently, like to disability benefits, but the PIP system is, dodgy and declines a lot of people who really need money, even more than me. People who desperately need it more than me. There's these things.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I know how that can be sometimes. I mean, I was denied by I was denied disability like by a court. Like I was in a court like 6 or 7 times where they denied it.
yeah. Well, when you have a
Because of
guaranteed condition, they'll always make you take it to court because like they know that they can make you fly it away before you take it to court.
yeah,
Unless you're like so blatantly obvious they couldn't get away with declining it without getting fucked. Like they need a way
yeah,
that they can get away with it, of it being obscure. And with fibromyalgia and autism, they both of them have the nickname the invisible condition. So think about
yeah,
how that gets manipulated. Well, you know it anyway, but you
yeah.
at
They
least
can
might
pretty
know.
much, yeah. If you can, function enough to where you can do the bare minimum, they're not going to put
They'll
you on
deny
any
it.
benefits. Yeah, they
But
will
so
deny
they'll
you like
deny
that.
you physical aid if you can doesn't matter how you do it, whether you use a stick or anything like that. You walk more than 200 meters, they'll be like, what? You're walking more than 200 meters, and they'll have you. I'm not joking. It's one of the marks on the question. Can you walk more than 200 meters? It's like what? I know people who are like decrepit with a cane and they could walk without their stick 200 meters. It would hurt the fuck out of them, as the fuck out of
Yeah,
most of us to say, well, what a stupid measure. So if you can hold a bottle, I think it's like a 4 pint or 6 pint bottle of milk without struggling, they mark that as like being like physically able and capable. When like holding a pint of milk compared to holding like a 45 kilogram crate is a massive difference. Which
where did they get these tests from? Do they get them from like fucking like?
they get it from South Africa. That's how wacky they are. Like,
Great model country to be doing it from.
well, no, because it just reminds me of like the silliness of things like the pencil test.
Do what I'm gonna eat today.
Sure, wouldn't want to fucking close.
I'm so glad I'm on vacation this week.
Oh yeah, I bet it's a fucking reliever and a half.
Oh God, I was about ready to fucking shoot somebody at my job.
Working with the
Just go
snowman, are
down,
we?
dealing with bullshit, truck trucks coming in late because of fucking the usual. I don't know how bad the distribution thing is in your country, but
Oh, we lost 2/3 of our truck drivers when we left the EU.
what about
So
COVID
think
as well?
think Chile during the 70s.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that sounds great.
It's got better now, but there was a time where like those bare shelves were empty, not just because of coronavirus, but because we had no truckers deliver those things. Like there was one point where we had a shortage of earbuds, like Q-tips.
I remember when there was a shortage of toilet paper at the beginning of COVID,
Yeah, because
and then it
everyone's
went
like, oh
from
yeah, there's a virus on. What should I buy? Well, it shouldn't be tin food. No, I'm gonna buy shit roll. Is it? Well, you gonna eat the shit roll? Are you? That's when you know it's aristocrats dealing with a crisis.
yeah.
What am I going to need? Oh, I'm going to need to wipe my ass. I mean, aristocrats are
God.
the type of people that haven't that much money that they will throw tin food out when it reaches its best before date, even though you don't have to. Like that's the type of people that they are. Unless you're a Brummie. Brummies will always keep their charm of having to save money. And by charm I mean them being stingy little bastards, and I know this because I'm part Brummie myself. It's a curse. Get it from my mum's side.
To open those things and read encyclopedias. I found them to be quite educational if I wanted to learn about a topic.
Oh no shit.
Got interested in socialism.
I'm sorry, I have to pause it again. We only got a few seconds ahead, but how ridiculous of a statement is that? They're educational. Yes, of course they are. They're an encyclopedia. It's literally a definitive, like, the declaration of the things. It's a scientific collective of knowledge of what we understand about the world. That is definitively what an encyclopedia is. Thank you, Caleb. Speaking
Well,
with people like they
apparently,
might not understand summer is not the same as speaking to people like they understand nothing, and you're speaking to people like they were literally born yesterday. You know that? You know what the reason why they do this? It's not because they're trying to get people to understand better. It's a deflective thing. It pushes away poor folk. The only people who respond well to this are people who think they already are the best, who already
yeah,
think they are the smartest.
yeah. It's basically like a big old fuck you. He's giving like this whole stream is really like he's just giving a big fuck you to the most lumpen elements in society. God,
Yeah,
I
but
hate that fucking smug look he's giving.
if it was your mother a librarian, do you know what an encyclopedia is?
Apparently, I don't.
You do now
'Cause,
because we've just been told on what something everyone already knows is,
oh, okay.
especially
Is he
considering
gonna?
we're autistic kids. Encyclopedias are some of the things that we enjoy reading as growing up. I
Yeah.
mean, especially when it comes to like being into like dinosaur stuff, because guess what?
Oh
Dinosaur
yeah.
books are known as encyclopedias on
Encyclopedia.
dinosaurs. It's interesting because encyclopedia is a scientific colloquial term for a book containing information. Oh wait, I just outsmarted Caleb on defining something that didn't need defining. Isn't that hilarious? I didn't even notice that until just now. Because his definition is kind of shit. Let's be real. Like he's still
Yeah.
defining it correctly, but it's flat, Caleb. If you're gonna define something that people already know, at least add some flair. So it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like you're just being a cunt. It seems like you're actually trying to be informative.
And I remember at first, I believed what everyone was telling me. I believed it, right? People said communism just failed everywhere it's ever been tried. Communism has been a big disaster. It made sense to me. Everyone was saying it. I heard it on TV. I heard it from my parents. I heard it from my teachers. I heard it at school. I heard it from it must be true, right? So I remember I was kind of attracted to the idea of socialism, though. It sounded very, very exciting. I remember my mother telling me that communism was a lot like Christianity. and that the early Christian church had kind of practiced some form of communism. I thought that was interesting. So I remember thinking, well, I want to learn about communism, but I want to learn about a kind of communism that maybe there's some kind of communism that would be different than these evil socialists.
It's really unfortunate that you turn out to be a
Communist
bad guy
regime.
when you hear like little beautiful bit of history like that. It's like I got into communism because I heard that like something that I have a very cultural importance to actually somewhat reflects that kind of ideas. I mean, you didn't even have to say it
Yeah,
like that because the Christians invented communism. Like it's not like
yeah,
something that was just from their past history.
yeah.
In the
They
1700s, they invented communism.
yeah. Yeah. It's
Fucking Frenchies.
yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate, like what he turned out to be, but that is a pretty yeah. That's like a really nice emotional story right there. But and then you see like what he where he goes from there.
Yeah, downhill.
Regimes
Yeah,
around the
because
world.
I used to, I liked Christian, communism. That was something I looked up as a kid too. I thought it was interesting. I looked up all kinds of things. I didn't really know, like politics. You couldn't really define yourself because I didn't really know what it was. But I just like looking up things on Wikipedia or fucking whatever,
I didn't have
and
much
just
access to
seeing.
the internet as a kid, so I just had the Hitler channel to rely on.
Yeah, that too. Um, but looking up different ideologies sometimes, and eventually um, socialism or some, well, it was social democracy, but there was something called socialism, people using the term socialist. I remember there was the first time I ever really got interested in socialism, like really. There was a magazine, I think it was a Time magazine. It had two hands shaking and it said, "We are all socialists now." And looking back at that, that is the funniest title for a magazine. Like that's the funniest thing ever. Because the very idea that we're all socialists now, that is the dumbest concept I've ever heard.
Some edgy
But
fucking aristocrat. The worst thing is I can imagine like someone saying that ironically to insult the people who are supporting these
it,
quasi socialists, but I could
it,
also imagine that being said by one of the supporters of them as well.
it,
Like,
it okay, so basically I think they were doing it in favor of some vague quote socialism because this was around Occupy Wall Street and the
oh,
media was like
they may have been
had a
promoting the Bernie Sanders crowd because I know that
yeah,
Obama all of a sudden started promoting Bernie Sanders around Occupy Wall Street.
that I think that was the case, yeah.
Bernie Sanders was a plant. I don't know how anyone can't tell this now.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
think Corbyn
it,
was also a plant?
I don't know. No, Corbyn was a problem.
Corbyn was okay. So they just kind of
I mean,
yeah, but
think about how mad they went about Corbyn compared to Bernie. Like they did up
yeah,
bad Bernie, but the party itself didn't go, "Whoa, Bernie needs to be kicked out. He's gonna kill the party. He's a danger." Rah,
yeah,
rah, rah. Like it's all been sort of a bit affluent. I mean, the way that I look at it is everyone's like, "Oh, the reason he's like being quiet about the thing with Hillary when that thing all went down, it's like because he's what's it? He's in on the party and he's playing it quiet. I mean, it's the thing with the Democrat Party. The more in you are as a Democrat, the more like I mean, like that's not gonna make you turn into a quiet motherfucker. I'm like most Democrats, if they have the chance to try and push and tug at a situation, they will. They're opportunists.
yeah,
Bernie's in it because he's a part of the fucking circle. He's working in the chamber because the reason why you don't see a lot of Democrats end up sticking out their heads is because there's a lot more collaboration within the Democrats than there is the Republicans. The
yep,
Republicans try to collaborate, but you get people like Trump and Rand Paul and all that who bridge weird gaps in the medium because the Republicans were very much for the Democrats what's it third way policies by the time of 2016, and then Trump comes along and just does all the neoliberal stuff, and I mean, if you sell neoliberalism or liberalism to the Republican Party, they'll buy it. They love that stuff. They'll take that over fascism all the time because they like to have the lower tax rate for the upper class. They like that drop down of the state's control over market organization, so they can just do what they want with the market. They can go wanton and abuse the world as they please. Liberalism's very brutal like that. But you know, the Republican Party members, a lot of them were very much on the same page as the Democrats. They're like, we need fascism now. Like, neoliberalism is dead.
Yes, indeedy.
I look forward to World War III.
I'm looking forward to it too. Especially the movie they make afterwards.
Well, I was saying, look forward to it as if it's coming.
Well, I mean, I know it's coming. It's inevitable now, but Caleb isn't looking forward to World War III, though.
No, because the U.S. Empire is not going to fare well in World War III.
Yeah.
Like,
And plus, socialist revolution seems to always happen during world wars.
mm-hmm.
Interesting. Haitian Revolution happened during the French Revolutionary Wars too. Interesting how that always seems to happen.
Paris Commune, Franco-Prussian War.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that socialism is developed through class conflict and not class collaborationism?
Yeah. Oh, and I have had someone tell me that Caleb has said, quote, there's a small sector of the bourgeoisie that'd be willing to ally with us.
He's pretty much said that. He said that about the small petty bourgeoisie in America.
But he also said that about Trump.
Yeah. I think originally he said that about Trump, and then he realized, oh man, he's not one of us. Like, that's why he was so bitter about Trump in 2020. He was just like, man, I thought he was gonna be one of us. But nah.
He turned into Bobby Duke.
Bobby Duke.
I'm working here.
But yeah, no, Caleb has literally said he wants to ally with the small petty bourgeoisie of America because, quote unquote, as their living conditions get worse, they're going to, quote, go from libertarianism to socialism, and then we ally with them, and then we get a movement, and then we elect somebody, and then we get socialism somehow because we move towards. I'm doing a very brief summary of Caleb, or what Caleb has said. I've watched more than enough streams to know. Because apparently Hugo Chavez led to socialism. Didn't
but
you
it's
know?
like his concept of all this is so like childish.
Yeah. It's like we do the thing, we elect the person, and socialism.
Caleb, you sure you're not one of those Trotsky psyop types? You can tell us. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else. We promise.
Gotta play the stream for us to know. Can't wait to hear what more funnies he has to say. So I'm having a blast right now.
Need to like fucking what's it? Message his father and ask if his father would like to come on stream.
So I remember I went to the library and I got myself a copy of a book called The Revolution Betrayed by Leon Trotsky. Right? The name, The Revolution Betrayed. So anti-Stalin, so anti-Soviet. I thought, well, maybe I'll read this, and this will explain why the Soviet communism wasn't like pure communism, and how maybe there's another way we could do communism and it'll work. Made sense, right? So I opened The Revolution Betrayed by Leon Trotsky. Chapter 1. What has been achieved? And what I saw in the opening pages of Trotsky's The Revolution Betrayed, a book with an anti-communist title, mind you. The Revolution Betrayed. What is the Soviet Union and where is it going? By Trotsky, a man Stalin killed. The Revolution Betrayed. I opened at the first chapter, What Has Been Achieved? Full of statistics about what the Soviet Union achieved in terms of economics. Huge amounts of electrification, huge amounts of coal production, huge amounts of steel production, huge amounts of education, huge amounts of construction and housing. I was shocked. I thought, this can't be true. This can't be true. This can't be true. No. This can't be true. This must just be communist propaganda. Everyone I've ever met has told me that communism everywhere only leads to people starving and being miserable. Clearly, this can't be true. I thought Trotsky was anti-Stalin, but maybe I misread the history books. Because clearly, this can't be true. The Soviet Union can't have produced all these tractors. It can't have produced all this steel. Everyone knows that communism doesn't work. Communism has failed everywhere. This can't be true. Just can't be true. So I ran and got the encyclopedia. Went to the section on the Soviet Union. Went to the section of the article on the Soviet Union called Soviet Economy. And yes, there were many, 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 many paragraphs. I'm writing it down. 5-year plan. Many paragraphs about famines and such, but it confirmed exactly what Trotsky had said to me, or read to me, written so I could read, rather. Said that the Soviet Union had hugely industrialized itself, wiped out it was confirmed. The encyclopedia admitted this. So what I had been told my whole life was a lie.
Yeah, but you've been reading these encyclopedias for how long?
Big,
you hadn't seen this in the encyclopedia before? What?
Lie.
You just said it was in the encyclopedia.
And it occurred to me, why did they need to lie? Every book I looked in confirmed this.
So he wasn't
and any
reading
book
that
on
part of the
statistics about the Soviet
encyclopedia.
Union would confirm they had huge economic successes. Huge successes in industrialization. Huge successes in agriculture. Huge successes in technology. The first people in outer space. They invented LED lights. They invented mobile phones. I thought, how can this be true? Why did they lie like this? Why didn't they just say the Soviet Union violated human rights? Why didn't they just say the Soviet Union had problems? Why did they lie? Why did they lie like this? Why did they lie like this? Why did they tell me things? Why did everyone I know? Why did all my parents? Why did all my teachers? Why did everyone at school? Why did the news media? Why did they all tell me something that was so obviously false?
Mother, why did you lie to me?
What's going on here?
You tell me.
And that started me down a rabbit hole.
Whoa.
Of investigation and study and trying to figure out what was going on. And you know what? There's a reason. There's a reason that they tell you that socialism never achieved anything. And that's because that comes up in every argument. Every argument. A few years back here in New York City, we had Mayor Bloomberg. And there was a minimum wage bill that was before the city council that would require the city of New York to only contract corporations that paid a decent wage, a little bit higher than the minimum wage. They asked Mayor Bloomberg about why he opposed the bill. He said, well, look, the Soviet Union failed. We can't do this. We can't give people a decent wage. The Soviet Union collapsed. They tried to have a good life for everybody, and that was just everyone starved and was miserable. Bernie Sanders comes along. He says, I am not a communist. I, Bernie Sanders, just want to give everyone health care and education like they do in Canada
sound like
or
fucking,
in...
He said he was good at impersonations, but he sounds like someone from Simpsons.
yeah, like the Mayor Quimby. It's basically Mayor Quimby doing because he's an impersonation of JFK, so he's doing like a bad Mayor Quimby, which is impersonating JFK. That doesn't even remotely sound like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has a much more raspy voice. He's like, I'm not even fucking gonna do it. I was gonna do it.
Sweden. And they say, Bernie Sanders, the last time someone tried to build a decent society where everyone had decent wages, look what happened. All that happened is that they were poor and starving and miserable and dying and communism, and it was evil. All political discourse in the United States about economics is premised on a big, fat, ugly lie.
Wait, why would
Socialism never achieved anything. Socialism never got anything done. Socialism only made life worse. You hear it over and over and over again. And it is so obviously false. Basic economic data can disprove this information. That filled me with anger. It filled me with a huge amount of anger. Why?
You know what brought me to socialism, Caleb? Do you know what made me see the Soviet Union as great? I lived a life in the lower class. I then fell into the disenfranchised sector of the lower class, the lumber proletariat. And then had my entire education destroyed beneath my eyes. My entire mind fucked about by drugs. I went for a shit ton of abuse in my upbringing. And at the end of it all, I eventually, in the middle of a sociology class, before I had completely dropped out of education, on the screen in front of me, I had a Karl Marx animated thing play and tell me all about Marxism, and it all just clicked on me with my experiences. I didn't have to look at economic statistics of the Soviet Union. I had to look at what the Soviet Union did for the people. Were the people satisfied? Like, what were the reactions of the people? What is it that they said? What is it that they did? How did they go about it? What programs did they put in place? Raw economic data isn't enough to tell me whether they're doing good for the people.
Yeah. But in Caleb's mind, the only thing that matters is increasing the productive forces.
China's that.
It's like you can do that and make people's lives worse. Like do they know that? Like do they realize like what China looks like outside of cities? Most of the major cities. Like do they know what China looks like?
No. I don't think they even know what China looks like in the industrial district. They only know what it looks like in the city district.
Yeah.
Because the industrial district's still technically part of the cities, but that's even worse than the countryside to some degrees. Because the countryside has no infrastructure in a lot of places. At least it's not full of what are essentially slave labor camps. Because the wages that they're paid are so little, I wouldn't even call it wage slavery. Was it like $2 some a day is what some of them are on or some shit? And it's like what?
Jeez.
God damn. China's technically like, see, China's a second world country because half of its country is imperialized by itself. But if you're doing it to yourself, like, would you turn around and call Britain a second world country because of the state of Wales? So it's like, does China get called a second world country or a first world country? Because the coast to this first world.
Yeah, this is when it starts getting weird.
I find it easier if you don't look at China as one country and you look at it as a union of countries. It would probably work better that way.
Yeah, well, it was an empire that never really. The borders of the empire pretty much have stayed the same from the Qin dynasty. Also, now that I think about it, the same thing can be said for Ethiopia too, and it's also in its own little fucking shit fest right now. Keeping these empires together can be very problematic, especially in the long term, because
I
the
mean,
contradictions were never.
China has been a rising up and down empire with, and not even just by Han either, by different ethnicities of the Chinese
Yeah,
people, different nation, different cultural nations of the Chinese people. I've engaged in some form of settler colonialism here or there, where there's been this changing tide of dominance. Like I do believe the history of colonial imperialism in China goes well far back. Like if I can probably, I know it was about during the Romans, but I'm pretty sure it predates them fuckers. Like
yeah.
the Romans had nothing on the Chinese Empire. I don't know if you've noticed, but you don't hear anything of the Romans going that way. And if people think it's because they didn't think about it, I must remind people that when you have gone all the way over to the Persian region and you're in the Middle East or the Fertile Crescent, sorry, going towards China is a logical thing an empire would do.
Yeah, because it's
Especially
like,
considering it would have made the conquest of Russia easier. There is a reason why the Romans stayed away from China. They get fucking whooped.
yeah, I think a scenario like that would be like either like a stalemate or China whooping them good. Um, yeah, I don't see either side getting really beat, but yeah.
I mean, the Romans
Um,
got beat by a bunch of Celts in rags, so I mean, with Anglo-Saxon
yeah,
help.
and Germanic tribes as well. I can't remember the battle, but you probably know the one I'm talking about.
Aye.
Ooh,
Well, I mean, the Germanic tribes in general, so the Romans got terrorized by the Germanic tribes for time. Like it took them ages to conquer Europe because the 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 barbarous Germanics were fucking them over. It's hilarious. One of the best times. One of the best times for the Germans. Well,
which
not
is kind of
really.
interesting.
They're being persecuted, but one of the best times for their behavior. I mean,
Yeah, which is actually interesting because I think the Nazis actually tried to marginalize that history as well. So
mm.
that actually disproves, like, the Nazis were all about, um, returning back to the, cultural, they're upholding the true history of the Germanic peoples, and it's like, well, then why are you ignoring this great history right here?
I mean, where's the love for the Celtic people?
Yeah, and also why are you LARPing as Romans yourselves?
To be fair, the Nazis were uh, split. They actually had a struggle session on whether they should adopt Roman symbols or not. They A lot of Nazis weren't too fond of it. They saw it
Yes.
as un-German.
So basically, from what I can remember, the Roman salute, which, by the way, is not Roman because it's just a salute that they made up. I can't even remember where, but it's just some bullshit salute.
Okay, so the one where they stick their arm up, I'm not sure whether that's
Yeah.
an actual Roman salute, but that tea leaf salute is
It,
an actual Roman
it,
salute.
I know that one, but
Because
the one with
The British salute is based off it.
yeah. Well, the Sigil one that comes, I believe, from a French painting. I'm not even making that a 18th century French painting of the Romans doing that little salute. That's literally where that comes from. And what's his name? Rudolf Hess wrote an article basically saying in defense of that salute, saying it's a Germanic salute. And it's part of German culture. I think the Austrian fascists actually adopted it even before the Italian fascists, from what I remember. So I guess
Oh yeah.
so. There you go. So I guess it is a Germanic salute there, but from what, at least from what I can
At least
remember,
from
it's
what
gonna,
Hess has said, as if he's a reliable source.
yeah,
Well, I mean, he's more reliable than most Nazis. But
yeah.
he handed himself in the end to get killed anyway. Lol. Hess was a big member of the Nazi war machine, and he thought he'd get away with it by handing himself in. It's like, no. Time for the only base thing ever done by the fucking Europeans, and that's hold the Nuremberg trials. Cool idea.
Yeah. Shame that they didn't hang all of them, but
Shame they didn't just shoot them. It'd be funny.
that'd be fun. Like I don't know why you'd be. Well, I understand the thing of holding a trial, but it's
They had a
like
chance to let like someone who had been persecuted by the Holocaust shoot Goring and people like that. Like, come on, like if you'd just been in in a death camp for like 3 years, wouldn't you want to fucking pop like 7 rounds into Goring's back? I would. Actually, to be fair, I'd probably start with the fucking ankles and shoot him at every fucking part of his fucking joints and then like mess them. I mean, it just genocided you and your family and your nation brothers and sisters, like, you know. Fuck Goring. Fat prick.
you have such a anti-Goering hatred.
Well, fucking Goring is the fucking what's it?
Why?
He's the airplane guy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hitler's
Luftwaffe
second in
commander.
command.
Luftwaffe commander.
Well, he was also Hitler's second in command post 1942.
Oh yeah.
Until he got done for treason and then Hitler wanted him dead.
Interesting fact. Hitler appointed the head of the Navy to be his presidential successor. So that was kind of like a big fuck you to the army. He also appointed, I believe, a guy who, a German general who was part of the beer hall putsch to be the commander in chief of German armed forces after he died as well. So just interesting little tidbits. I'm like a walking Jeopardy.
To be fair, Hitler probably did the big fuck you to the army because the generals turned around and ignored him at the start of the war, and then when his orders were getting shit towards the end of the war, because in 1943 Hitler literally had a mental breakdown and was a loony, like more than he already was.
Yeah.
He then got blamed for his problems, so it's like they're both all pissy with each other, and it's like neither of you would have won. You didn't have enough resources, but realistically, them generals would have done better if they'd have listened at the start of the war when they were told to.
Yeah.
You know, you don't go for fucking. Don't go for Moscow. Go for Stalingrad, you morons. I mean, there's a reason why he said go for Stalingrad. The oil is there. You know, the thing you need to make tanks go drive, and that Germany has very little of.
But capital must take capital, then you win the board game.
Conquest, we are knights, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, is the thing they wouldn't have won anyway if they got there, because the
Yeah.
British and the Soviet Union had an alliance with each other to bomb the oil fields of the Caucasian region to stop the Nazis from getting them. Now, it's a good thing the Nazis didn't take that shit, because here's the thing: that'd have been very bad for the environment, and it would have also helped the Nazis in the war effort if we didn't manage to blow it up. But if we managed to, fucking
Yeah.
hell, global warming would be even more worse than it already is. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oil field fires can burn for fucking weeks.
Yeah, the only way I could see the Nazis winning World War II is if they had I guess, what would be
Time
the term?
machine.
Well, I mean, a time machine, and they don't invade the Soviet Union and just kind of have a standoff showdown with the British. And I don't
What if
know.
Hitler has a bigger mustache? Does that make him win the war?
No. But a war between Germany, Italy, and the British. I don't know. Do you see that ending? I don't see that ending, at least with Germany defeated, but I don't know.
Oh, I mean, Germany was set up to fail,
Yeah.
and they never managed to invade Britain during the war. We had them at the teeth. They need to make
It-
tea.
Play more Caleb. The gimp just leaves.
Was such an obviously false statement, being so widely promoted and believed, filled me with lots and lots of anger. And at that point, I had no interest in being a Trotskyite. I had no interest in being an anarcho-communist. I had no interest in being a social democrat. I had no interest in saying, that's not real socialism. I had no interest in that. No interest in that whatsoever. First time I encountered a Trotskyite, an actual Trotskyite. Marcyites, that's a whole other story. They're a little confused, but they think they're Trotskyites. But first time I ever encountered an actual Trotskyite, I remember I was in high school. I was at a demonstration in Columbus, Ohio. Immigrant workers, 2006, were protesting and such. And I saw a Trotskyite from the International Socialist Organization. Thank you, robot persona. And I remember they sold me a newspaper, The Socialist Worker. I opened their newspaper they sold me, and I saw their 5 main points. And one of them was the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, none of these countries, it said, have nothing to do with socialism. And I tell you, I was brought up to be polite. I've lived in New York long enough. I'm less polite than I used to be. But I was in a small town, religious family. There's kind of an ultra politeness that middle America has. So I did not rip up their newspaper. I did not say, get away from me, you disgusting trot. Might have wanted to say that, but there was just this ultra politeness I had. You didn't do that. You didn't do that the way I was brought up. You just didn't do that. But I thought, how dare you? How dare you? Every day on television, we hear nothing but lies about the economic realities of the 20th century. And you hope that you can gain some credibility by going, oh, it's not real socialism. I believe in happy, fun socialism, not the Soviet kind. Don't worry, guys. I'm not a bad socialist. I'm a good one, gee golly. And when they say to Bernie Sanders, well, you can't have health care because look at the Soviet Union, they say, oh, that's true, but we're going to do it better because we're not evil Stalinists like those Russians are, gee golly. When I heard that, I thought, I have no interest in these people. I thought, they disgusted me. They just disgusted me. that they would do that they would feed into the lies, right? I had no interest in being a Trotskyite, an anarcho-communist, an anarcho-syndicalist, a social democrat, a democratic socialist. Oh no, I was an ML. I was a tanky because I'd been lied to. And that lie was so essential to what I and everyone in my little town in Ohio and most of the country believes about capitalism and socialism. That lie was so essential that I was going to stand against it. I was going to stand up for what I knew to be true, what was obviously true.
It's the eye of the tiger.
Were there other things that possibly drove me to communism? Perhaps. My parents loved folk
glory,
music.
the power.
They're both conservative, but they liked folk music. You know, we listened to Pete Seeger and Woody Guthrie, and my mom really liked a folk singer by the name of John McCutcheon. You know, and we listened to folk music. Folk music often has a kind of socialist edge to it. You know, my mother went on strike when I was in 4th grade. She was a librarian in Stark County, Ohio. They were not providing proper security at the library.
Librarian strike, not like a workers strike, a librarian strike. Oh.
So she and her fellow librarians walked the picket line, and I was a 4th grade kid, and I walked. Seek the truth. Thank you very much, Joanne. I walked the picket lines with my mom on the picket line, and that was an experience for me. And she took me to some union rallies where I heard, you know, workers chanting and singing union songs, and that inspired me. You know, the idea that unions were good. My mom and her fellow librarians wanted better security at the library. They didn't want to deal with sexual harassment from the public, so you know they had security guards there. That inspired me for sure. You know, I didn't become a communist because of that, but just thinking that unions were good, hearing the Woody Guthrie music. But it was that big revelation. That was that big revelation that everything I'd been told about communism was a lie. That's what did it for me. That was the clincher. And folks,
make you believe it.
Person debates over online ones. Okay.
It's been the thing that makes it though, not the fact that they were just lies in and of themselves. I mean, just so you could have something else to say other than the word lie 50,000 times.
Folks,
There are lies.
socialism saved my life.
Wait, what?
Socialism saved my life. I wouldn't be who I am today if it wasn't for socialism.
What have you been touching?
You know, I will never forget something that happened when I was 15 years old. There was a communist bookstore in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes, bookstore.
And to go to it, I think I visited it like 4 or 5 times when I was in high school. To go to it was like the best thing I could do. It was like the highlight of my year, of month. I mean, it was, if I could step foot in a communist bookstore, it was just amazing to me. It was like, see, I'm not wrong. See, the whole world isn't against me. Here are people who understand the truth that I understand. It was overwhelming. To just be able to go into this communist bookstore was amazing for me. I remember I was in this bookstore, this communist bookstore. I was 15 years old. My parents, my brother, and my mother were in Cleveland for another reason, so I was able to go over to the bookstore. And I remember some of these older people at the bookstore said to me, Caleb, we're going to go sell the paper. They pulled a stack of communist newspapers, put it in my hand. We're going to go sell the paper. And I looked at them like, You got to be kidding me, right? I said, you want me to walk up to people I do not know and talk to them about communism, try to convince them to be communists? They said, yes. In fact, we'd like them to give you $1 for this newspaper. I couldn't believe it. I was just, I was like, but they probably won't agree. You know, what if they get angry? What if they're violent or something like that? No, they told me. No. People don't generally do that. I mean, they said it's happened before, but for the most part, people don't do that. And, you know, you just go and try to sell people newspapers. I was just shocked. So we went outside. I was wearing my Letterman's jacket.
Showing off his jacket.
I played soccer my freshman year of high school, so I had a Letterman's jacket, the big O on it for my small town. I remember selling my first newspaper.
Of course, he played football or soccer, as you guys call it, even though we actually come up with the word soccer. The football, so football or soccer, that game is a game played by people who cry when they get the ball tackled off them, or if someone accidentally scratches them. It sounds like a Caleb sport.
To a couple. I stopped them. I said, hey, would you like to check out a communist newspaper? Let me back up. The first couple times I tried it, I could barely get the words out. It was kind of like, hey, you interested in... So I was so nervous. It was terrifying to walk up to people I didn't know. I think it was so terrifying because my family had been telling me to shut up about communism. My parents, my younger brother had been saying to me, stop talking about communism. You're giving our family a bad reputation. It's embarrassing to us. If you want to think that way, you keep that to yourself. You're embarrassing the family. Don't talk that way. People think we don't, we don't raise you right if you're a communist. Don't you ever talk that way. I was constantly being told at home to shut up. You're an embarrassment. This is stupid. Only stupid people would believe in communism. How dare you? So I was just, okay, I'm not going to talk communism. But all of a sudden, I was being told by this group of communists, walk up to people you don't know and sell them newspapers. So I was terrified. It was nerve-wracking. I had been practicing for the last few years not doing this, not talking to people about communism, not giving people my real opinion, suppressing what I believed, But they were telling me, did you sell them that paper? Took a few tries for me to even get the words out. To even put the words on my lips took a few tries. But finally, I walked up to this couple. I'll remember this. It was a man, a woman. Said, would you like to buy a communist newspaper? We got an article here about George Bush and how he's oppressing people in Iraq and, how communism is the answer. This man said to me, kind of a heavy-set man, he said, well, young man, I don't agree with communism, but I don't like Bush, and I see that you go to Oberlin. You go to Oberlin College, and I love Oberlin, so I'll buy your paper. I didn't tell him that I didn't go to Oberlin College. The O was for my little town in Orville. But that didn't matter. So I sold him my newspaper, and he gave me $1 for the newspaper. And I felt, wow.
It's such
Wow.
bullshit. Like,
that doesn't happen.
Like, that's his wow. Wow, I sold someone a newspaper that they might not even read. You know when I've ever had, like, those really bubbly, like, oh my god experiences? You know what they've been? When I've been, like, helping out with food projects and helping build up, prosper amongst the people. When I've actually helped attain to someone's need, given them something that'll help them sustain themselves through the night, help them get through the monotony of the week, ensure they have the not just food but toiletries they need. That's when things really feel real good. I think some of the newspaper don't really teach them all too much. It's great if you're handing them literature, but me just giving a communist outlook on the news to people isn't gonna make them go, "Oh, well, this party's gonna be worth me getting into 9 times out of 10." Anything as well, people are just doing it to be polite, and they're taking the thing because that would be the most polite thing to do if they're paying you for it. Um, and also, like, what's it? It's this obsessive need to go around and sell newspapers and selling them more than it costs to be printed. Trying to build up capital.
You know, I mean, I just felt empowered. Suddenly, I felt good. You know, eventually, after high school, started going to college. I went to college in Cleveland. And we used to go out and sell the newspaper almost every day. In fact, I probably didn't do very well in college because I was spending my days selling newspapers rather than studying. And I had some of the highest newspaper sales in Cleveland of anybody. And I felt good. When I would go out on the street and sell communist newspapers, I felt good about it.
I was
I
the
felt
top of my
proud
class
of
of
it.
newspaper sales.
I felt very good about what I did. I was proud to be a communist. It was something that I could do. It was something I believed in. It was something I had confidence about. Wasn't ashamed
has
to be a
this done to
communist.
help
I knew I was right. I knew they were wrong. Society was wrong. I'll never forget this. You know, occasionally, yes, you would get somebody when I was selling the paper who'd be just hostile to you, be nasty. Screw you. Why don't you move to another country, you traitor? I'll never forget the communist group that had me selling papers. I'll never forget what they said to me. They said to me, the U.S. government, the U.S. ruling class, are the most evil, murderous killers in the world. They just invaded Iraq and killed millions of people, and they lied to the public. Socialism with American characteristics. All right. You know, they just killed millions of people. They lied about weapons of mass destruction. They killed millions in Vietnam. They killed millions in Korea. They promote racism and police brutality. You know, they said to me, you know, if people that are supporters of the American government that kills so many people all over the world, if they spit on you, if they hate you, that is one of the greatest honors that you can imagine. To be spit on, to be hated by people that admire this system and think that what this system does around the world is good. To have them hate you, to have them persecute you, is an honor. It's one of the most proud things. Think about it. Think about it, right? To have people that are supporters of this system that has killed so many people all over the world. It is killing people here in this country, to be killing people all over the world, to be destroying things, to be a murderous system, to have people that are supporters of crimes that far outstrip the murderous crimes of Adolf Hitler, right? People who've been doing the Hitler thing for way longer than Hitler ever had a chance to, right? To have them spit on you, to have them call you garbage, to have them hate you, is proof that you are on the right side of history, that you are a good person, that you're in the right, if these people liked you, if people that think that capitalism is great, people who think that, yeah, we got to go bomb Iraq and kill them, I don't want to repeat racial slurs. I heard that a lot when I was in high school. Young kids joining the military. I want to go over there and kill some of them, you-know-whats. And, to have people like that hate you is an honor. It's a real honor. And folks, I remember when Hugo Chavez was the leader of Venezuela. Folks remember Hugo Chavez when he got into office? And he stood at the UN podium and he said, "Bush is the devil. I can still smell the sulfur." Remember that? Remember that? I loved Hugo Chavez. I loved Hugo Chavez. He was a great anti-imperialist. And, I have my frustrations with the socialist groups I was around. I've talked about that before. No need to. I've repeated a lot of things I say, so no need to continue repeating them. Labor unions in America. Sure, we'll talk about that. But I remember that Hugo Chavez, as he was building 21st century socialism in Venezuela, as he wiped out illiteracy in Venezuela, as he, built all kinds of infrastructure projects, I've been to Venezuela. I've seen what socialism has done in Venezuela. I walked through a whole neighborhood in central Caracas where every single house had been built with an interest-free loan provided by the Venezuelan government. Amazing, amazing stuff. I walked through neighborhoods, there was this beautiful community center. Writing that down. Beautiful community center. And I remember, it's this beautiful community center with a stage, kind of an auditorium. I remember talking to the Venezuelans, and they said before this community center was built, this was a vacant lot in this neighborhood, and this is where car thieves used to come and take the cars they'd stolen and break them up to get the parts. This lot used to be where you went to buy heroin and cocaine. But Hugo Chavez nationalized the oil, used the oil profits to build homes in this neighborhood, to pave the roads in this neighborhood, to build a beautiful community center. This beautiful community center is where they have the graduation ceremony, to where the local theater company that the kids are in perform their plays. Just beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. I remember Hugo Chavez used to talk about Jesus Christ being the first communist in all of history. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. And I, at the time, even though, the communist groups I was around weren't exactly positive on Chavez, but I remember at the time I thought that was very, very exciting. Right? I was very excited about Hugo Chavez. He talked about Lenin, he talked about Marx, he talked about Che Guevara, he talked about Gaddafi, he talked about Jesus, the first communist in history. And of course they called Hugo Chavez a dictator. It didn't matter that Hugo Chavez bent over backwards to accommodate the imperialists, to allow the opposition on television, to allow the opposition to have rallies, to have the elections internationally monitored by Jimmy Carter. They did everything they could to bend over backwards to accommodate the opposition, to let the opposition participate. But what did they say about Hugo Chavez? He's a dictator. It's not a free country. He's a dictator. How was he a dictator? He was not a dictator. There's no way he was a dictator, but he was. Why? Because they are. And that forced me to realize that they never tell the truth. They're always lying. There will never be a socialism that the New York Times editorial page will say is okay. There will never be a socialism that Fox News and MSNBC will say, we don't agree with them, but they're a legit government. Never. Wherever socialism comes into being, they're always going to call it murderous. They're always going to call it barbaric. They're always going to call it tyranny. They're always going to call it Stalinist. They're always going to call it authoritarian. Why? Because they don't control it. And whenever it's time to start bombing and killing and destroying and murdering people and tearing down socialist countries, they always roll out the lies. The lies, the lies, the lies. They always roll them out there. Always. And then we find out later that these lies were not true. Serbia, right? Now, all kinds of UN commissions admit there was not genocide going on. Were there atrocities? Of course. There was not genocide going on in Serbia. You know, Bill Clinton bombed and destroyed Serbia. They funded Otpor, this like student, group, this AstroTurf group to violently overthrow the government. But yeah, okay, there wasn't genocide there. They now admit that the claim that Gaddafi was giving Viagra to his soldiers to rape women, well, that wasn't actually true. Amnesty International looked into it. It was fake news. It was false. It was not actually true. They used it to sell the war, to bomb and destroy Libya, to kill millions of people, to devastate the country, but it wasn't true. It was a lie. Right? How many times? How many times have they told us this? Right? They tried to tell us. I've always liked Bill Blauman, thank you. They tried to tell us that Venezuela had lit the food caravan, right? The Venezuelan opposition was trying to bring some food into Venezuela. And they tried to tell us that Hugo Chavez, or not Hugo Chavez, but the Chavistas, the Maduro supporters had lit the caravan on fire. And then a video surfaced showing that it was actually the Venezuelan opposition that lit it on fire. And even the New York Times was forced to say, oops, whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, it was actually, they lit their own caravan on fire, hoping to start a war so they could overthrow the government. Sure is a good thing some people questioned it. Folks, the imperialists are full of lies. The imperialists are full of destruction. And there will never be a socialism that they approve of. Are there socialist governments that have done bad things? Of course. Are there socialist governments that have implemented socialism in a way that is problematic? Of course. Are there things about socialism that are worth criticizing? Of course. And I do urge people not to go over the top. There's no reason to deny things that actually took place. There's no reason to gloss over bad things that happened. But we have to be clear about who the greatest murderers and killers in the world are. And they're the U.S. ruling class. They're the billionaires and bankers that run this society, that grind people into poverty, that are destroying the world. Those are the greatest killers and terrorists and murderers in the world, folks. The people who've kept Afghanistan unstable for longer, almost 2 decades now, that transformed Afghanistan into the heroin capital of the world. The people who took Haiti's ability to grow its own food away and created a situation in Haiti where people are eating dirt mixed with oil. The imperialists, the people that have unpaved the roads throughout this country, the people who have gotten rid of the good-paying industrial jobs in the United States of America, the people who've created a situation where millions of people in the United States are locked in jail so that big corporations can make lots of money. The people who've militarized the police departments and enabled military manufacturing companies to make profits from arming our police to the teeth with high-tech weapons. The people who have kept the United States backing up Israel and its crimes against the Palestinians, and its crimes against the people of Lebanon, and its crimes and threats against the entire region. The people who have funded terrorist groups and drug cartels to destabilize Nicaragua. The people who funded the Contras, who not only committed horrendous crimes, but also Elon Musk, but also brought cocaine into working class communities in the United States, right? The people who say they love democracy, but back up the Saudi autocracy that cuts people's heads off in public. The people who say, oh, we're not for war, and then they give loads of money and weapons to Saudi Arabia as it murders people in Yemen, as it bombs and destroys and kills people in Yemen, one of the poorest countries in the world, for just daring to assert its independence. The U.S. imperialists, the billionaires, the bankers, the monopolists that rule this world, are the greatest mass murderers that this world has ever seen. And if you don't recognize that, if you haven't come to terms with that fully, if you think imperialism is just another ism, right? I impose imperialism just like I impose, homophobia, just like I impose fat phobia, just like I impose discrimination against smokers. If you don't understand that imperialism is the system that we live under, that all the oppression in this world flows from the imperialist global order, if you don't understand that, you are not a revolutionary. You are not a Marxist. You are not a socialist. You're just a liberal. Imperialism is the main danger to all of humanity. When the imperialists, the greatest mass murderers, the people who have killed far more than Hitler, the people who have backed up military juntas in South Korea that had concentration camps for orphan children, the people who murdered 500,000 people in Indonesia, the brutal military coup in 1965 turned into a genocide against ethnically Chinese people. When these imperialists, these mass murdering killers, point their guns at a country, if you're an ethical person, if you're a moral person, if you're somebody who has any sense of justice in the world, at that point, you stand in solidarity with who the imperialists attack. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to approve of everything they've ever done. You don't have to think they're even necessarily better than the imperialists. You just have to know. You have to know who the real criminals are. And you have to be very, very clear about that. You have to be absolutely, positively clear about that. And you don't repeat the lies that the imperialists spread because you don't know if they're true. You don't repeat the statements they're making to justify their actions because you don't know if they are true. Instead, you point out the other side. Folks, I will never forgive the Trotskyites, and the anarchists, and some of these so-called Maoists who thought that Libya was having a glorious revolution against Gaddafi. In 2011, when CNN was cheering for this so-called revolution in Libya and setting the stage for the destruction of Libya, all these Trotskyites started denouncing, quote-unquote, tankies who would dare support Gaddafi, who would dare defend the Libyan government, and saying, oh, sure, we don't want the imperialists to intervene, but this is a glorious revolution. These people have legitimate grievances. Maybe they did. But it was very clear who was funding them. It was very clear who was promoting them. And it was very clear what the aim was about. And people, highway of death, people who distanced themselves from Gaddafi, people who said, well, that's Gaddafi, that's not real socialism. I'm a real socialist, not like Gaddafi. I will not forgive them. I hold socialists and leftists to higher standards than that. If you're supposedly a socialist, if you're supposedly an anti-imperialist, if you're supposedly a Marxist, you can do better than that. And the forces who stood up to that and said that Barack Obama is not trying to free the Libyan people, they have my respect. They absolutely have my respect. Same goes for China right now. All the Chinese people have been through, fighting fighting like hell to raise themselves up out of poverty. What Mao Zedong did in the mountains. Read about the Long March, folks. Read about the Long March. How Mao, they thought it was over. The Chinese Soviet Republic, this liberated territory where they'd redistributed the land, got crushed. Chiang Kai-shek, aligned with a Nazi general named Hans von Seeckt, they crushed the Chinese Soviet Republic, and Mao and a few of his supporters retreated up into the mountains. And they laughed. They said, ha ha ha, that's the last we'll ever hear of Mao. That's the last we'll ever hear of the Red Bandit Army. That's what they called it. The Red Bandit Army. Well, I've got news for you, folks. Mao came down from the mountain. Mao crushed Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek ran like a coward to Taiwan. And China has been rising ever since then. China has pulled itself up by its bootstraps. It's raised millions of people out of poverty. It is building some of the most beautiful cities right now, the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the world. And that is why the imperialists can't stand China. Because China is proof that countries can break free and can build beautiful things. And we don't need to endure their system. We don't need poverty. We don't need capitalism. That's why they hate China, folks. They hate China because it's building railroads in developing countries. When the IMF and the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization go to developing countries, they strip them bare. They force them to destroy their public sector, get rid of their infrastructure, privatize things, rip things up, destroy their public transportation. China goes to Africa and it builds highways, then it builds high-speed trains, and it builds power plants, and it builds bridges, and it wipes out illiteracy, and it builds all kinds of beautiful things. China helps people raise themselves up out of poverty. China wants to build a world with a different order in international trade. Trade based on win-win cooperation, where countries get wealthier by trading with each other. Mutual interest, mutual benefit. And that is why they want to crush China. That's also why they want to crush the Eurasian Economic Union from Russia. Russia is doing the same thing, helping countries develop their mining sector, helping countries develop their own industries, paving roads, industrializing. Russia is now doing great work in Africa as well as China. Folks, the main danger to humanity is imperialism. And all over the world, people are rejecting the imperialists. All over the world, people are rejecting the imperialists. And because of that, they're doing amazing things. Amazing, amazing things. And folks, a lot of the people who oppose imperialism are not Marxists. A lot of the people who oppose imperialism are Shia Muslims, for example. A lot of them are, Ba'athist Arab socialists. A lot of them are Russian nationalists. And that doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. The last thing I will ever do is disavow an anti-imperialist. I will disagree with anti-imperialists all day long. If you're an anti-imperialist, I'll say, well, I have my views, you have your views. But if you are standing up to the imperialists, if you're leading your country to stand up to the imperialists, if you are mobilizing your people to stand up to the imperialists, if you're exposing imperialism, laying a case for an alternative to imperialism, the last thing I will ever do is join the chorus against you. Minister Farrakhan, right? A leader of black people in the United States. A man, read what Dick Gregory, the comedian, says about the Nation of Islam. How many people they've gotten off drugs. How many people's lives they've turned around. I was at the Millions March in Harlem, right? When the communists, when we had rallies against the bombing of Libya in 2011, there were 10 people there. There were 20 people there. There were 30 people there. When the Nation of Islam had the millions march in Harlem, there were tens of thousands of people piled in to the streets of Harlem to march against the bombing of Libya, to listen to Minister Farrakhan talk about Gaddafi and anti-imperialism. Folks, I will never disavow Minister Louis Farrakhan. I don't agree with him, right? And we know the nasty stuff he said, right? I don't endorse that. There's a lot of things he says that maybe I'm just not even expected to agree with. I'm white, for goodness sakes. But folks, I will never join the campaign to cancel Minister Louis Farrakhan. Minister Louis Farrakhan, because he stood up to the bombing of Libya, because he organized thousands of people to do it, because he has an organization on the ground all over this country, because he has a prison ministry, because he is providing an anti-imperialist consciousness to black people in the United States, and getting black people to understand that racism is linked with the global system of monopoly capitalism, because he supports the Belt and Road that China is building around the world, because, he dares to stand up against imperialism, and he links the black freedom struggle in the United States with the freedom struggle of black people in the United States, with the freedom struggle around the world, because of the fact that he's been very successful and built events like the Million Man March, I will never disavow Minister Louis Farrakhan. And I will say, I don't agree with him, and he doesn't agree with me. He does not believe in Marxism. He thinks Marxism is a white ideology, a European ideology. He's a Muslim. He has his own beliefs. That's fine. He has his beliefs. I have mine. There's some things he says that I vehemently disagree with, but never will I ever disavow an anti-imperialist leader of a colonized people fighting for their independence. The same goes for Russia. There's all kinds of anti-imperialists in Russia right now. People in Russia that are trying to figure out how Russia can be independent from Western imperialism, drawing from Orthodox nationalism and Christianity, drawing from Marxism, drawing from Slavic nationalism, trying to figure out how Russia can assert its economic independence. And I will never disavow anti-imperialists in Russia, be they Christians, be they communists, be they nationalists, whatnot. The Russian people in the 1990s, Boris Yeltsin, a puppet of the West, when Western capitalism came into Russia and killed millions of people and destroyed their economy, the population of Russia between 1990 and 2006 dropped by 10%. 10%. 10% of the population, 1 in 10 people either died or fled the country. 80% of the collective farms closed down. They had to import all their food from the United States. The factories shut their doors. The 1990s, what Russia went through, the plunder, the winner-takes-all looting that Russia endured at the hands of Western capitalism was a crime against humanity. Millions of people died. Millions of people died. And what were all the Trotskyites doing? They're free! They overthrew Stalinism! Yeah! Woo! They thought it was great. They cheered for it. And in 1992, when they had an election in Russia, in 1992, they had an election after the fall of the Soviet Union, and the people in Russia who were having their jobs taken away, having their homes taken away, starving on the streets, unemployed, they voted for communists, they voted for Russian nationalists, they voted for anybody who said, we've got to stop what they're doing right now. We have got to stop the looting of our country. We don't care if you're a nationalist, a communist, a Slavic nationalist. They voted for a parliament of people in 1992, a parliament of people that would stop the economic looting of the country, would stop what Boris Yeltsin, the big friend of Bill Clinton, was doing in Russia. They voted for a parliament that would stand up to neoliberalism, that would stop the economic looting of the country. Some of them were Marxists, some of them weren't. And what did Boris Yeltsin do? He dissolved the parliament. And the parliament refused to leave, and they experienced the Russian constitutional crisis. You can read about this. 1993, the Russian constitutional crisis. Hundreds of people were killed. Well over 100 people were killed fighting for their elected parliament that wanted to stop austerity and neoliberalism, fighting to protect that parliament from the military. And Yeltsin sent the military to attack the parliament. And what did the Trotskyites and the anarchists and the Social Democrats say while all of this was going on. People in Russia were marching with red flags, hammers and sickles, trying to fight against economic austerity. What did they say? They said that elected parliament, that Duma, that was being forcibly dissolved so that economic looting could continue and millions of people could be continued to die. What did they say? They called that parliament the Red-Brown Alliance. The Red-Brown Alliance. They said, you can't support the Russian people in trying to fight against austerity. You can't stand with the people of Russia against Wall Street and London looting their country. You can't oppose what Boris Yeltsin is doing. You can't defend the Russian parliament because this coalition that got elected, this coalition of the Communist Party, of nationalist parties, of right-wing and left-wing forces that are trying to stop economic austerity, that are trying to keep food in the stomachs of children, they're red browns. They pointed to anti-Semitic statements. Anti-Semitism is a big problem in Russia. Everyone knows that. It has been for a long time. It still is. They pointed to anti-Semitic statements that members of that parliament made. And they said that if you dare support the elected government, the government the people of Russia voted for to stop the IMF and the World Bank, you're a supporter of Red Browns, of the Red-Brown Alliance. That's where that toxic rhetoric about Red Browns comes from, folks. That's where it comes from. That's the origin of the term Red-Brown Alliance. That's where it comes from. That is the origin. You look it up. No one ever talked about a Red-Brown Alliance until 1993 when Russia faced a constitutional crisis. And why did they talk that way? Because they were trying to put pressure. Yes, default, yes. They were trying to put pressure on leftists and Marxists and socialists around the world not to stand against the imperialist looting of Russia. Folks, I will never disavow people that are standing against imperialism. I'll disagree with them. Of course I disagree with them. I'm a Marxist. Some of these forces are conservative. Some of these forces are right-wing. Some of these forces are left-wing. Some of these forces have different religious beliefs than mine. Some of these forces have said deeply problematic and bigoted things that I don't endorse. But I will never join the campaign to demonize anti-imperialist leaders. I have been to Iran, folks. I have been to Iran. I'll tell you, when I was in Iran, I was waiting to be interviewed on Iranian television. I was in the studio. And a guy came and brought me a nice cup of tea. They do that for you in Iran. They bring you tea. It's kind of part of the British tradition, right? They have tea, right? And so they bring you a cup of tea. So they brought me this nice cup of tea. And the guy who brought me the cup of tea, he was himself, he was actually a English speaker. So he said, Mr. Maupin, here's a cup of tea for you. And we started talking. He wanted to chat me up, practice his English skills. He told me, I'm an airline pilot. I said, really? He said, yes, I'm an airline pilot. But because of the sanctions on Iran, we can't buy new airline engines. And so we don't have enough airplanes. We need more airplanes. We can't import them. We can't import them because the U.S. imperialists have put sanctions on Iran and prevented us from buying airplane parts. So Caleb, I like you. You're a great guy, but I would rather not be serving tea to you in the waiting room of this Iranian TV station. I'd rather be flying an airplane. But instead of flying an airplane, I'm stuck serving tea to you and practicing my English skills because the American imperialists won't allow Iran to import airplane parts. And That stuck with me, because many times when they would take me from one part of Iran to another part, I would get on an airplane. I was a little bit nervous to realize that Iranian airplanes often couldn't get the proper repairs, right? I hear you. American airlines couldn't get the proper repairs. Why? Why? Because of the sanctions. Iranian airlines couldn't get proper repairs. Think about that. But you know, it's worse than that. I'm going to try to tell this story without crying. When I was in Ecuador, at the World Festival of Youth and Students, we had a lot of very good meetings. A lot of very good meetings with the Cuban delegation. There was one member of the Cuban delegation, teenage young man. He was in a wheelchair. And the reason he was in a wheelchair is because he needed surgery. But in order to get that surgery, they needed medical equipment that the imperialists would not allow to be shipped into Cuba. I met a young man who could not walk because the imperialists were so determined to punish Cuba for building socialism. The Cubans have done an amazing job industrializing the country, wiping out illiteracy. They have an amazing healthcare system that's praised by people all over the world. But this young man that I met, this teenager, couldn't walk because American imperialism wanted to punish the Cuban people in the name of human rights. Wanted to punish the Cuban people for building socialism. Folks, if you don't realize writing it down. Folks, if you don't realize who the main enemy of humanity is, you're deluding yourself. You know, it's interesting. In one of the super chats that went by, somebody asked about my family. Well, I'll address that when I get to it. I don't share too much about my personal life. But you know, earlier, I talked about how Hugo Chavez had said that Jesus was the first socialist in history, first communist in history. I'm going to read you something that Jesus said to his followers. King James Bible. Think not that I come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I have come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's foes shall be those of his own household. And he that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. And he that findeth his life shall lose it. And he that loses his life for my sake shall find it. Folks, feel like this is a great moment. And I saw the super chat go by. If someone wants to repeat it, it was about solidarity in Venezuela. I couldn't read it as fast, so if someone wants to repeat it, I'd like to give that super chat an adequate answer. So please repeat it if you can, that last one. Folks, if I was in this because it was easy, if I was in this to be popular, I would be saying and doing things very differently. Like I said, if this was a show, there'd be a lot more naked women here, right? If I was trying to get views on the internet. Iran has shown more solidarity to Venezuela, sending gasoline, than any of the synthetic left. Well, you're right about that. You are absolutely right about that. You know, if I was trying to be popular on the internet, I'd be on here, you know, I don't know what I'd be doing. I'd be talking about celebrities, celebrity gossip. I'd be talking about sports. I would, you know, be making pornography. The wicked man flee when no man pursueth, but for the righteous are bold as a lion. Psalm 28 says Red Scare TV. Very good. But yes, folks, if I was trying to be popular, if I was trying to win points with the majority, I would say very, very different things. I would phrase things very, very differently. That's not the business I'm in. It's not the business I'm in. Lenin talked about how after the 1905 revolution, 1905, there was a big revolution in Russia. It failed, of course, it was defeated. And after that, there was a period of demoralization and splits in the Bolsheviks. All kinds of people quit the Bolshevik Party. And Lenin said that's good, because moments like these test us. And by splitting, we know who's really with us and who's really against us. Folks, sometimes it's very easy to be a communist. Sometimes it's extremely easy to believe what we believe. Sometimes, you know, you're surrounded by other communists. You're at a big gathering of other communists, singing communist songs, cheering and applauding. Sure. I'll talk about that. Yes, sure. In times like that, it's easy to be a communist. In fact, that camaraderie, that ability to be in the same room as other communists, to be praised for your actions supporting communism, to be not alone is so important. That's why things like this pandemic, where we're isolated from each other, we can't have public gatherings, are so frustrating and difficult. That's why I was quite frustrated that I couldn't have the founding conference of the Center for Political Innovation, right? It's frustrating. We need other communists. But, folks, there are times where it's not so easy to be communist. Imagine the McCarthy period. Imagine the time after Hitler took power in Germany. There are times where it's not easy to take a hard line. There are times where it seems like the imperialist propaganda is so shrill. Yes, it would be correct, David. Yes, it would be correct to say these synthetic left are flunkies of imperialism. I'll give you that for sure. I'll write that down too. Folks, it's very easy. It is very, very easy to jump ship. Very, very easy to disavow. Very, very easy to be a punk. Very, very easy to go, oh, I'm a good communist, not like the bad ones. Oh, boy, I hate, the U.S. media hates this country. I hate them, too. Don't worry, I hate them. Oh, disgusting. I would never do anything with them. I would never protest a crime against them. Oh, yeah, don't worry. I'm not, I mean, maybe I oppose the imperialist attacks, but I hate them. I hate them for sure. I mean, I'm going to repeat every lie you say and tell you it's true. It's easy to do that. And if you're one of those people, I don't want you. Don't watch this live. Don't watch this. It'll only make you feel guilty. It'll only remind you of what you can't do. If you're the kind of person that wants the imperialists to like you, if you're the kind of person that wants to disavow and disassociate from anti-imperialist fighters, I don't need you here. I mean, I can't stop you from watching. But you know what? I'm not in this to be popular. And if you're one of those people who thinks that what happened in Libya in 2011 was a workers' revolution or was somehow good. If you're one of those people that thinks that you know, Iran is a brutal regime, and well, maybe I don't support the imperialists, but I want the Iranian government to fall. I want to destabilize Iran. Go away. Don't want you here. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Just go away. I'm not interested in working with you. Folks, I am interested in bringing imperialism down. I am interested in bringing down the system where profits come before people. I am interested in dismantling a global order where billionaires and bankers and monopolists drive the world into poverty, and they destroy countries, they destroy neighborhoods from Caracas to Cleveland, okay? And what I want is for you to be stronger. Folks, special shout out to a very, very good friend of our channel here, Dust James. Shout out to Dust James. He's going through a lot right now. He's a good guy. He does great work, amazing work. And Dust James, he started doing his own broadcasts. Empire, Anti-Empire Report, I think something like that. I hope I'm getting the names right. They're great. And he and David Fox have been reading The History of the Three Internationals, a very, very important book by William Z. Foster. He's a great, great guy. And Dust James is great. David Fox is great. They're great folks, you know? And Dust James, he's a truck driver. He listens to these broadcasts. He listens closely to them. But he decided it's not just enough to listen to me every week or every 2 days or whenever the hell I do these broadcasts. He decided he's going to do his own broadcasts. All right? And he puts on a suit and tie, and he gets out his webcam, and he does his own broadcasts. I wish every one of you could do that. That's why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this to be popular. I'm doing this because it needs to be done. No one else is doing what we're doing here. David Fox has started doing it. Dust James has started doing it. I wish every one of you watching could do this because it needs to be done. The crap that is on the internet right now being peddled as Marxism disgusts me. You all know what I'm talking about. There is a lot of vile, pathetic, grotesque, immature, childish crap on the internet right now that calls itself Marxism. But there are barely anybody that talks the way we talk. And if I can empower you to do it, if I can empower you to go out and start making videos and go doing lives and all of that, if I can empower you to do that, I've done my job. Again, I'm not in this to be popular. I'm in this to empower you. We need to figure out how we can make people stronger. How can we get people to stand, to swim against the current, to face the onslaught of this system and its bootlickers? How can we train people to be stronger, be bolder, to not surrender? How do we do that? It's a skill. It's a skill. I told you Marxism and socialism saved my life, and it did. It did save my life. I was a different person before that day when I sold newspapers. I was shy. I was self-hating. I was taught to be ashamed of my politics, taught to be ashamed of myself. But it was communism, Marxism, socialism that gave me pride and confidence in myself to stand up. Do you think I got from little old Orville to Cleveland, from Cleveland to New York City, from New York City to Tehran, from Tehran to New York City, from New York City to Moscow, to where I am today? Do you think I got there by disavowing people? By going, oh, I'm a real socialist. Oh, I'm not like the bad ones. Oh, no, I'm a good one. I'm a good socialist. Do you think I got there by being a weak person? Do you think I got there by getting scared and afraid? I've been scared and afraid before. Do you think I got there by surrendering to my fears? Do you think I got there by submitting by backing away. No, I got there by being strong. It was Marxism and socialism that taught me how to be strong. And my goal is for Marxism and socialism to be able to teach you how to be strong. Folks, I'll never forget, I told you this story before, during Occupy Wall Street, I remember there was a corner, I don't know if some of you might have been there, right? Occupy Wall Street, Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, it's a well-known area. Near the Zuccotti Park, where the Occupy Wall Street protests are, there's a very old church. And it's a street corner, and it's there. And it's near the park. And so I and a few other leftists, we had a march to Zuccotti Park called Wall Street is War Street. And we marched to Zuccotti Park with a big banner that said, Wall Street is War Street. And we marched through the park chanting, Wall Street is War Street. It was a great day. But while we were setting up, we brought all of our signs and banners and bullhorns in a van. So I don't drive. So I was dropped off, to wait for the other folks. And I was standing there waiting for the van to come so I could unload some of the signs. I was standing in front of the church, not in the church, not on church property, on a public sidewalk. So I'm standing on this public sidewalk in front of this church near Occupy Wall Street. And this security guard walks out of the church. I don't know who crawled up this woman's butt, as they say. I don't know who got under her skin. She didn't want me standing there on this corner. The security guard comes walking out of the church onto the public sidewalk, which is not her vicinity. You're blocking the sidewalk, young man. You got to keep moving. And I said, no, I'm not blocking the sidewalk. There's plenty of walk room. I'm not blocking the sidewalk. You got to keep moving. You can't be doing that here. You need to keep moving, and you got a sign in your hand. You're one of those protesters. You got to move. You can't stand here on this sidewalk. And I was arguing with her. And I said, I have total right to be here. This is public property. Shut up. Leave me alone. No, you can't be here. This is a public... I'm going to have the police come here. They're going to arrest you for standing here on this street corner. I said, I'm not breaking the laws. We had like a verbal altercation. This woman wouldn't shut up. And then something happened. I'm standing there, waiting for the van to come, waiting for the people to come meet me so I can unload some signs. This woman won't stop bothering me to try to get me to keep moving. And I'm standing on a public sidewalk. So I did something I'd never done before. I just stopped responding. Just looked at her. I looked at her. It was like she wasn't there. I looked straight past her. I imagined that I could see through her. Journalism, writing it down. I imagined that I could see straight past her. She wasn't there. And I looked right past her. I just stopped replying to anything she said. I just looked at her. And she was talking. You can't be here. I'm going to call the police. Just stood there. Said nothing. She's talking at me. You can't stand here. I am... Nothing. Pretty soon she ran out of breath. She went back inside her church. And that, folks, is called power. That's called strength. I said to her, you don't exist. I didn't say that. I said it with my eyes. I just looked straight past her. She didn't exist. She wasn't there. I stood there. And pretty soon she ran out of breath. She's like, hello? Can you hear me? I didn't reply. Just stood there. Just stood there. She went back into the church. I breathed a sigh of relief. The van came and I unloaded all the signs. That is a strength. I definitely wouldn't have been able to do that when I was 19. Wouldn't have been able to do it when I was 21. By the time I was about 23, I could do that. And that was an amazing, amazing feeling. And I hope that I can empower, writing it down, Lincoln Project. I hope that I can empower everyone watching to do that. Because if we're going to get through this, we're all going to get through this, we're all going to need to grow a thicker skin. We're all going to need to be tougher. If you're not being persecuted in this society, if you're not being hated by the rich and powerful in this society, if you're in agreement with mainstream media and its international narratives about whichever country they're attacking this week, you're not living a moral life. You're not doing what needs to be done. You're not living right. I hate to moralize it like that, but sometimes it needs to be done. I want you to be strong. I want you to withstand. That's what I want for you. And I want to help you become better about that. I want to help you become stronger. I want to help you understand that you never, never disavow someone who's fighting the imperialists. You never repeat and echo the propaganda the imperialists spread. I want you to be strong. And if you want to be strong, if you want to find the strength within yourself to be the great revolutionary fighter that I know you can be, by all means, come join us. Be part of this growing community. And that, folks, concludes my opening remarks. Wow. Plenty of orange juice here.